Okay, here we go. First hand of the final North America Party Poker Million here at Playground Kanawaki, Montreal. I'm joined in the commentary box for the first level by Jeff Gross. How are you doing, Jeff?
Feeling good. This is exciting. This is a lot of familiar faces, guys that I've played with or know. Waxman's one of my closest friends on and off the table, and I know several of these other players. Very talented group here. This should be an exciting final table.
Philippe Dortail. Is that the correct way to pronounce his name? Is it Dortail?
I can't tell you. It sounds good. I don't know. I do not know him, and I don't know how to pronounce that, but we can go with that until told otherwise.
Okay, well, the blinds are 1.2 million, 2.4, 300,000 ante. So there is 6 million in the pot pre-flop, and Dortail raised it up to 5 million.
Knuckle up. Might only be for a bit. Don't worry. Don't worry. Hello, Dr. Spin and Whispering Tanya. This is gonna be a fun final table. I am genuinely excited to watch. I think it's a treat to get to see hole cards and get to watch this type of stuff. So this is great to see hole cards and some talented players playing for some big money too. This is a big million to first Canadian.
Yeah, 80,000 for the next player out. Savard called. Can't see his cards at the moment. Needs to put them over the reader.
All right, Knuckle Up was kidding. Good. Haven't seen this name before, but no, we can take some trolls, but we like positivity.
Okay, we now see Savard's hand. He's got King Queen. Gut shot, straight draw. Queen would also help, but not now. Not the ace. Now the ace has come. Savard, second chip leader, start of this hand with 237 million. Dortail with 137 million, 100 million between them. So while Mr. Savard is contemplating, let's just run you through the final table. In seat 1 we have Ari Engel, who has 252.5 million. Seat 2, Jonathan Buzier, 108.7. Seat 3, Rayan Shamas, 168 million. Seat 4, Philippe Dortail, 142 million. 5 is Louis Breton with 43,900,000, so he's a short stack. No change on the river. And seat 6, Niall Farrell, 69 million. Matthew Waxman in seat 7, 115 million. And making up the final table, Jean-Pascal Savard, 243 million. That's the gentleman we are looking at right now.
There are some very, very talented players, and I'm sure the players that are not familiar with her to get here, very good players as well. But Neil Farrell has been really burst onto the scene in the last year. Matt Waxman has some unbelievable results. He's won a bracelet. He's won a WPT. He finished final 45 in the World Series main event back-to-back years a few years ago, and he really is good at penetrating these big fields. And Savard, I know, has got some really great results as well. And Ari Engel, I mean, he's on fire. He's just been, I think he won the Aussie Millions last year, and he's also, I see his name everywhere. He's just been winning tournaments, and he grinds. He'll play 1500s. He'll travel to Minnesota. He'll travel all over, and he really fires.
We had a similar hand to this yesterday, and it was Savard that was on the losing end of it. Laid down his ace queen against the king queen of Shamas. And Shamas fired out on the turn and the river. No hand. Board was king 4-2, king 7. And he had jack queen of clubs, and he fired out, and his opponent laid down the ace queen. And Savard has managed to pull the trigger on the river here, representing a straight, and has won that pot.
Wow.
So we are in for some fantastic poker here today, guys. Hope you're going to stay with us for the end. We may have some other guests coming in. John Cowmar, possibly Michael Sexton, and even John Duffy has said that he will jump into the commentary box at some point.
They're saying this guy's named Take Chip Online, has been my hero since 2005. Detali, that's what they're saying. Is that who just folded the ace king?
Yep.
Yeah, pretty unfortunate river card and a nicely executed bluff there. I like that from Savad, he's got a plan. You know, it's like I think a lot of times in poker, it's funny because when you're in there, it's hard to. A lot of people, I believe, especially some more amateurs or don't play as much, don't really have a plan. So in his mind, he's already thinking, he knows King High is likely not good. He's beating Queen Jack, and that's about it. So he's basically, in his mind, he has a plan. If this card comes, this is what I'm going to do. If this card comes, this is how I'm going to play it. So, you know, it's not just, oh, I need to hit a Jack. Oh, he knows he is got a plan, and the only way he's going to win is if he hits a Jack and a Queen or a King maybe would be good, but it wasn't in that case. So he has a plan. He's like, I'm going to bluff these cards. So.
Knuckle Up says it's Doteal. Thanks for that.
Doteal.
Appreciate that.
Cool.
And Doteal raises up with the Queen Ten of Spades this time, makes it 5 million, exactly the same amount when he raised before with the Ace King. Waxman folds King Jack round to Savard. Was you watching any of the stream yesterday, Jeff?
I caught a little bit. I was actually streaming myself on Twitch, and I had it on the side. I was taking a peek, but I didn't.
Savard's mic caught in his T-shirt. The last hand that Dr. Spins just put up was absolutely amazing. This was to lose our 9th player, which I think was Bly.
Was that the Ace King to tens?
Yeah.
I did see that.
It was sick.
That was what ended this. That was it?
That was the
I
final
didn't realize.
hand.
I saw that.
Which is going to be great when they turn this into a TV show. Queen 10 for Tortau. He's flopped middle pair.
That's tough. I mean, those are the type of hands, you know, it's pretty crazy how tournaments are because it's just one of those things. You play the whole way, you get down, you're one away from the final table, and then you get boat over boat in dramatic fashion. It's a bummer to lose that way, and the chips are obviously going in the middle. So someone had to be on the right end and the wrong end, and it's not fun to be on the wrong end. So this is Take Chip, they're saying online? This is the guy?
Apparently, yes.
Yeah, okay. I know that name. It's a very familiar name online. High stakes crusher, and I mean this is definitely a star-studded final table, especially in 1187 or something along that nature of blind or people that enter. That's a lot of people. So to penetrate a field and go that deep in this field, it's a huge accomplishment, and only one person's going to win. But I think anyone here is going to be pretty happy with their performance, and it's a good memory to have for sure. 1168.
I had a chat with the players before the final. The rule on the Party Poker Live Tour is if they want to do a deal, they take 10% out of the remaining prize pool and ICM the rest. When we had the millions in Dusseldorf and Nottingham 2 weeks ago, there was no deal. So the winner, Maria Lampropoulos, did win £1 million. And the general feel at the table was that there is not likely to be a deal, which I would love to see. I'd love to see it played out and $1 million go to one of these young men. Shamus opening it up.
Yeah, you have to understand the deal, but at the same time, I agree. It's something a little more fun, like a little more just, you know, the level of intensity, the pressure. It feels a little more when it's done that way. But you have to understand people who do make a deal. It's a lot of money. You're talking about a $5,000 investment, $1 million to first, and you know you get down to the final 3 or 4, and that definitely is something that happens in tournaments. Deal making does happen. Well,
I did have the option to flatten the payout, which I did because obviously I had additional money because we exceeded the prize pool. And I did flatten it out. I stuck about another 200,000 on the final table to try to encourage them not to do a deal.
Right. No, that's great.
It's now 450 for third, 650 for second.
Right.
So you get down to 3. There's only 2.1 million, right? So, you know, basically they'd be getting second place each. Well, if it's only like 200 grand more, you might as well just play for the million because you're guaranteed 450 anyway.
Exactly. So that makes a lot of sense.
I'm hoping that...
I think it just depends who it is and who's there, and I think they will. I think they're likely to play it out. What's going on, Fishing for Greatness? Party Poker TV in the building. Party Poker Colette. And there really is. I'm super impressed with this final table lineup. And this was such a good structured tournament. I think you are going to see at the end, you're going to definitely see some really talented players are going to make their way to the end. It's just such a unique format. I want to say how well Playground Poker and Party Poker did for putting on this event. I mean, it's huge success, and I think it's safe to say we'll see this again in Montreal. Is that a lock or not? I mean, pretty much not for sure, but
I would pretty much say it is, but just need to
never know.
Agree everything as always.
Yeah.
But for players that do want to play it again, for definite, it's available in Sochi in Russia in September, and it will also be available in Punta Cana at the Caribbean Poker Party, 18th to 25th of November, that one. I think it's 4th to 11th of September, the one in Sochi. I'll be at both of them. You can win packages on Party Poker every Sunday for the Caribbean Poker Party. It includes your buy-in of $5,300, room for two all-inclusive at the Melia Resort, and $2,000 for expenses. Also packages available for Vegas. I will be running and hosting the events out there, 7th to the 14th of July. Are you coming out to Vegas? You are, aren't you?
Yep.
So we're going to look me up. We're going to have a party at XS Win on the Friday. So obviously I'll invite you to that.
All right.
Good to see you there.
I will be there.
That'll be a great day, and more likely you'll want to come to the pool party on the Sunday. And then we're having a golf day on the Tuesday and a trip to the Grand Canyon on the Thursday. So for the players that qualify on Party Poker and choose to take the $12,000 and come to Vegas, have the package. All those events are available to you. Farrell has raised slightly more than Dortel with 6.5 million. Shorter stack, 62 million. Shamus, is he going to defend on his big blind with 9-7?
I've been coming to Playground Poker since 2012, and it's just amazing me every time when I hear. It's great to see people come here and they say how much they love it, and like, oh my, I can't believe I haven't been here before. You know, it's like it's just such a cool place, and it's like everyone who comes just falls in love with Montreal and Playground Poker. So I heard a lot of that. Even Matt Waxman, who's been a pro for so many years, one of my close friends, I've told him how great Montreal hasn't made it. He comes here. He's honestly considering, even before the final table, he's like, I think I'm going to move here. I want to be here, and it really is a special place.
Soon to be famous. If you win a package to Vegas, you aren't 21, can you exchange it for cash? You have the option to take it as cash. You do not have to come to Vegas. This is why the satellites every Sunday have been so successful, been smashing the guarantee. 10 packages every Sunday. We're doing packages for 100 players, and the first 10 get to come on the trip to the Grand Canyon. Helicopter trip.
Babby Blair is saying best city in the world. It's on my top 3. I mean, in terms of just overall, it's like it's also one of the only European feeling cities in North America, maybe the only one that is. You get that genuine European feel, which is pretty cool. The current blinds, I think, they're
1.2, 2.4, 300,000 NT. We will be going up pretty soon. In fact, it's showing higher blinds now, so it must have gone up while we were commentating, because I know they only had 7 minutes left of the last level. So the blinds now are 1.53 and a 300,000 NT. Still 8 players on this final table.
Rare Rabbit asking, any options for U.S.-based players to satellite into events like Punta Cana and Vegas online?
Only if you live in New Jersey, I would imagine, at the moment.
New Jersey, and then, I mean, again, if you are out of the country, like if you're a U.S. citizen, you're set up out of, if you're set up out of the country for an account, you could play from there when you're out of the country and do that as well. But Patacam says, what up, Jeff? Gross, I was beside you in the Hot 27 last night. My JJ less than your Queen lost the minimum. Yep, I remember that. That was fun. I longed it. 12-hour stream of streaming yesterday. I had this on the side and was streaming myself. So they do not offer the same promos for New Jersey, it looks like we're being told.
No, Colette would definitely know.
Yeah. And this is a relatively deep final table. Oftentimes when these major events you see, there's some shorter stacks here. I believe the average is around 40 blinds, which is a fair amount, which could shape up for a long table. And again, with these type of caliber of players, I think playing a little more GTO and taking their time, and I think this could be a long final table. That would be my guess. Do you have a guess on the time tonight? I mean, it started at, say, 12:30. Do you think this is
around about 9 o'clock?
Really? Wow. I think I would take the over for a good bit, but
So Dorteo elected just to flat call, slow plays ace queen, and it could work out from here. Engel now picks up a flush draw as well to go with his pair of jacks.
Full-time commentator. Well, I will say I love party poker, I love playground poker, and I enjoy commentating. So hopefully we can do this again on future stops, I guess. If there's Punta Cana, there's Sochi, who knows? Could end up at some of these places.
Oh, both these players playing this hand extremely slow.
That's what I'm saying, though. I think there's it's just so much fundamental technique, pot control from these guys. I just don't see this moving super fast.
Well, as always, the blinds will catch up with them. I'll do a little bit of maths in a minute and work out when it's going to finish. Normally takes 5 or 6 levels, but I can work it out pretty quick. $18 million in the middle. Is Tortell going to put a little value bet in here?
Party poker TV. Party poker really is doing it. I am impressed. These guarantees, so 7 for 7 in guarantees.
Yeah.
And they shot the moon again here.
Our next event is in the UK, back at Dusk or Dawn, and we're doing a Grand Prix, £220 buy-in and 1 million guaranteed. Need 5,000 entries. We do have a 1 million in between. There's so much happening. In between, 1st to 5th of June, Kings Rosvedov. We do have a 1K 1 million guarantee there. Unfortunately, I won't be at that one. I am at Roberto Romanello's wedding in Italy, which I'm very much looking forward to.
Should be fun. Sounds a good place to go to a wedding. Which part? Do you know? Which city?
Yeah, he did. Well, fly into Naples.
Okay. Cool.
And then I think it's called Morcone, I think it's called. It's a little village. High roller got there by 2 to 3 entries over.
Yeah, I think it was 3 over, 53.
Yeah.
I think Ari's going to pay this off. How much is the bet? 15? Got a pretty good bluff catcher hand here.
A lot of draws that have missed here, isn't there? I'm guessing these two have played together before. Both respecting each other's abilities there, and I think Tortell got the most out of it. Slow playing his ace queen. Didn't want to 3-bet and end up playing the hand out of position against such an accomplished player as Engel.
And that's something you notice too. With I think one of the biggest things is you see these guys that go on these massive runs in tournaments. Is there's something about, first of all, your confidence when you're doing well, but also people just don't want to play pots with you. So exactly like how you mentioned here, it's like, whoa, what just happened there? Matt just was he first to? I didn't see. So Matt folded ace jack there. I think that's what it showed. I didn't see if what position or what was going on, but yeah, it's something you notice. People don't really want to play pots, which is huge. You know, it's like when someone's hot and someone's winning, you're just kind of like you don't maybe defend your blind when you're supposed to, or you don't 3-bet the hands you might normally 3-bet, and you kind of get to pot control and just sort of things just kind of go your way and you have an advantage. So I think that's something that people underestimate and overlook, and you notice with some guys that are on heaters. I think people are tending just get a little bit scared to play with, and that's big for you. If people are folding more often.
Well, Bhutan is short stack here, 39 million, and he's found ace jack on the big blind.
Did you see Waxman open folded ace jack? That's what it showed, which I'm a little surprised. Maybe he caught a live read or something looking at cards, or for whatever reason with stack sizes and
possibly. But you'd expect him to raise when the big blind is the shortest stack on the table.
Yeah, and it was folded to him, and he was in the. I'm not sure does it show what position he was in the.
I think the correct play here for Bhutan is all in.
Huh.
I really don't like just flat calling here for sure. Not with his stack size.
Blackout general, no. The answer is no.
And there we go. Bhutan makes the correct play, all in. Savard is not likely to be looking him up with King 7. Saw Engel make a great call yesterday, by the way, during yesterday's stream, where I think he bet 4.5 million with King Queen. His opponent on the button next to him shoved for 38 million. It was a very big overbet, all in.
Okay.
And he thought for about 5 minutes and made the call, and his opponent had King Jack.
Wow.
So I think he was willing to take a race. It was obviously like it was getting close to the final. He wants to try and get through with as big a stack as possible, give him a chance for the $1 million. So he was willing to take a race on. Obviously, if he has got 9s, 10s, or jacks. But at the same time, he knew that if he hasn't got ace, king, or ace, queen, he's not going to be that big a dog either. So made a fantastic. I don't think another player on that table would have made that call, but he made a fantastic call, and that shot him into the chip lead.
I'm actually fascinated. I don't know if that graphic was right, because I just can't imagine Waxman would fold ace-jack when folded 2 with that situation. And Waxman is one of the best tournament players I know, and be curious to ask him about that, why he folded in that spot, because even under the gun, I would think that's an open.
G-bet payouts. Well, next player out will receive $80,000. It's 110 for 7th, 150 for 6th, 233 for 5th. Top 4, 335, 450, 650, and the winner gets $1 million. Party Poker Collect. Jeff, you there? She might have a question for you.
I'm here, of course I'm here, front and center.
The payouts are Canadian dollars.
Every time before you go all in, you should go choo-choo. Like your trademark.
I want to know what happened with this ace-jack. This is, now I'm wondering if I'm missing something. Maybe, you know, that's another thing about watching, is especially when you're watching this type of caliber of play, stuff that you may be just sort of doing as a default. Maybe it's interesting to pay attention, like look at why are guys doing this? Why did he play his queen this way? Why did he look at, and not just think, it's easy to just watch the cards.
Yesterday, with one player left to go, Waxman and Farrell folded ace-10 in first and second to act. So they clearly did it, hoping that the short stack was going to get bust and get them through to the final day. Because the very next hand, Waxman played ace-10 suited.
Huh. Yeah, so. Yeah, it's very, very interesting. And I think that's something that it's important to know when to adjust and why in certain times, certain different dynamics, certain different table. And it also can just be dependent of who's on your left, what the situation is, what your dynamic is with the personal player. So it's not always I have to open this in this spot. I have to do this, and it can change if you have 25 blinds, if you have 40 blinds. You know, same thing with what you should be defending with, calling, you know, flatting hands if you're deeper or not. And this is kind of stuff that like the best tournament players know every spot down pat. They know, like if they're not thinking, it's not like, oh, I don't know what to do, I have ace-10, and they just kind of have a plan. And I mean, that's a big difference. So I think it's really interesting to watch and try to figure out and think about why they're doing something.
And here's typical of what you've just said. Farrell has made up a small blind with 9-10 off, and Waxman, who would normally raise with a suited ace in the big blind, it's flat call behind, flop the nut flush draw. Blinds currently are 1.5 million, 3 million, 300,000 NT. 8 players remaining. 6.9 million in the pot pre-flop.
Adrian in the house, VPRE Music, the man, the myth, the legend, the Twitch. Basically built every stream on Twitch. He is the man. Good to see him in here tuning along. Tuning in out of Croatia. Pretty good flop for Waxman. Best hand, best draw, best position. I like his chances on this hand.
So we have 8 players on this final table with $1 million up top. How many of these players are used to playing under this level of pressure? We know that Niall Farrell won an EPT, won the high roller in Punta Cana last year as well at the CPP. You said that Engel won the Aussie Millions.
Yep.
What about the rest of them?
Again, these centers have
So Waxman's won he won the WSOP Paris, or I'm sorry, WPT Paris World Poker Tour for a nice one back when that was still going. He won the WSOP bracelet. He's won a lot of stuff. I mean, he's a very, very good player. You know what is interesting about Waxman? He excuse me. When he gets to a final table, he wins. He generally it's not like you don't see him getting fourths or sevenths. He actually just gets first place, which is pretty good talent to have when you make it to the end. But there's not a lot to give. Ari as well is very accomplished and been on fire, winning a lot of stuff. Neil and this guy Take Chip, who I'm not so familiar with, but I know he's an online crusher. And the other guys, I think I've played with Sava, and I know he has some big results as well and looks very comfortable.
Can you look him up for me? Because
yeah.
I'm interested. Savard has really entertained us the last couple of days. He's currently chip leader.
Yeah, let's take a look.
Have a look and see what his results are.
He's definitely a super talented player.
Engel's raised to 7 million. And Bhutan is in the cutoff. It's 7 million to call. He's got Queen 10 of diamonds.
I think he's... I know him. I've played with him. I think he's final tabled. All right, so he's 870,000 in earnings. You can look up anyone on Hendon Mob. It's a really good website. You can check that out if you want to curious on any of these players' results. Welcome you to just type their name and type Hendon Mob. But so he has a $500,000 cash and 870,000 total. And I'm wondering if he's like an online guy because I don't see it listed there though for online. But let's see his biggest
this is
cash.
pretty cool. Poker rolls, but total live earnings up. Philippe Dutil 681,000. Jean Pascal Savard 870. Engelari 4.6 million. Ryan Shamus 162,000. Matt Waxman 3.4. Sorry. Bouzier 72 and Niall Farrell 3.5. Lou Baton 119,000.
That's where I remember him. So I played. He got 4th place in a 25K high roller at the PCA, and I think I got 12th in that, and that's why, because we played deep in that. Skynotic
saying Savard is a big online player, and I'm pretty sure that most of these players will probably be top online players as well that have translated it across to live. Engel flopping top 2 here. Bets out, takes down this pot. Bhutan would have had an open-ended straight draw with his Queen 10 of diamonds.
No, it's a different tournament, but I do. Yeah, I played with him a few times. He's definitely got a really nice table presence. Oh yeah, so last year I was right. Last year he got 11th, I got 12th in that tournament. That's why. And he is, man, I don't know. I don't even know how to call this one. This is too tight.
So let's have a look.
Ginger Prince, they're calling him. Ian Farrell too. From SPL Poker Club.
Well, between them, there's something in the region of $13 million. Ari leading with 4.6. Waxman and Farrell close 3.4, 3.3.
Cleanup 514. Didn't see the hand, so I'm not sure. Jeff, I busted it yesterday. 20th in the JJ versus Ace 8 hand against Savad. Should I have folded? Anyone else have thoughts? So, I mean, that's one of those things where you can't. There has to be how many blinds did you have? What position were you in? How'd the action go? It's kind of hard to say if you. I didn't see the hand, so. Do you remember the hand? Did you see that one? Or do you recall? It was jacks to 8s, 20th. Maybe it wasn't on TV either. I don't know. But
no, it wasn't.
Yeah, that's one of those things you kind of got to give.
All in for Bhutan with pocket 5s. This is a big move. It's 16 bigs.
I like it. It's one of those hands. I think it's just not going to open. So it's either you fold or shove, and shows that he's willing to kind of go for it. Also, for him, interesting. There's really nowhere to ladder. So if someone that has, let's say, is in 7th or 6th. For them with hands like this, it's different. But for this, Bhutan has nothing to lose. He's got to make a move. ICM doesn't really affect him right now because he's at the bottom.
Imagine I just raise king high to get in the full fours, and then you fold, and he calls fours. Yeah.
Well, it's only hand 10. It feels like we've been playing for an hour already.
Yeah, I had a lot of things going on in my head that hand. I'm not gonna lie. Same for me. not
I
saying
love the way that these players are adapting to this final table lineup, stack sizes, position, completely different to how I've seen them individually play on separate tables that have been on the feature table. You know, yesterday Engel, for example, was completely dominating his table. Prior to that, Shamas and Savard were dominating their table. But today they're playing a lot cagier. There's your friend Waxman with ace-7 of hearts in the cutoff.
This makes me think the graphic is wrong. I just can't imagine when folded 2, he folds ace-jack, and then he's raising ace-7 suited in this position, too. It's not like he's in the, you know, it just doesn't, that doesn't make sense to me. Savad wanting to go for it. Ooh. Now this is interesting to me. Seeing Ari with the big stack, ICM pressure, and also in the small blind. If he's gonna, I would imagine he's gonna 3-bet this hand. But he could do either. This is one of those ones you can go either way, and this is where I'm interested. How does Ari Engel play? My instinct says he's gonna raise, but and no, did he call?
I mean, I had both of you. Well,
did he just call? I can't see.
Yeah.
Sure you had.
Go either way.
So Buzier, you'd expect him to call now with 5-6 suited.
I had the right price to hit 6 out. I thought there'd be some left card.
I think a little of this depends on what Ari believes of the big blinds game. If he's going to be, if he feels comfortable, he's never squeezing without the super premiums. He's going to most likely limp in. He just has to decide: does he want to make it 3-way or isolate?
Ollie Ball 1 prediction, guys. I actually picked Ari Engel yesterday, so I'm going to stick with Ari Engel.
I'm going with Waxman for. Just have to go with them anyway. But I think he's. I have a feeling Waxman. He's going to get it done. Get to the final heads-up match here. But
Blackout General, I totally agree, because you could pick any combination of 2 of these remaining 8 players, and the heads-up's going to be fantastic. Short stack play when we get down to 3 or 4 should be very entertaining. So 2 flush draws here. Got shot for Buzier as well.
Wow, that was quite a turn card. It's a great card for Waxman. Ari's in a bad spot now. I mean, that's the thing when you flat out of the small with this, you're almost turning your hand to a set mine oftentimes. And here you are, like here you have the best hand, and you really can't feel like you have the best hand.
And it's Buzier who's going to take a stab at this with his gut shot and flush draw.
Waxman has him in a bad spot. He has the position. He has the nut. He has one of the worst hands that he could have. And Waxman's not going to go anywhere. I'm going to be curious if on a brick river what happens if Buzier goes for it or not. And I don't know that he would take a shell at fire at the river if it misses.
Waxman likely just a flat here.
Yeah.
Has 108 million, 14 million to call. Clearly Engel will leave these 2 to battle it out, and then it will come down to heart on the river. If it doesn't come a heart, then Buzier would have to pretty much. How much he got? 81 million.
Waxman could be thinking though, you know what? Like, I can't imagine he would raise here. I think he just has to call. But like, actually, you could get him. You know, if you think about it, it's not a bad hand to raise because if he's forced into the big blind, did he raise? Because if let's say he even has a queen, a weak queen, he's in the big blind, probably doesn't have a premium, and he gets to represent ace queen plus here. Did he?
Yeah, he called.
Okay, but I think calling just makes the best sense. Also, likely hands that he's leading out are draws out of the big blind.
Buzier already has to be thinking of what his plan is going to be on this river card. 50 million in the middle. He has 81 million behind.
Heart is just super spicy.
Waxman has 94.
Wow. Well, here we go. The brick. This is the brick of bricks, and this is your nightmare. Yep. I'm on TV. I have 6 high. Yep. I'm going against one of the best readers. Matt Waxman made a king high call yesterday at his table. He may have been there or not. They were down to 2 tables, and this is where This is like literally, this is the Southwest commercial, want to get away.
We had a situation like this yesterday, and there was 25 million in the middle, and I think it was Shamas. He bet 20 million on the river and won the pot.
Now, if you're, so this is the problem when you're playing against really good players, because you know what they know, what you know, I know. So it's like, even if he has like a queen 9 here, he's not going to be like betting. He would probably be check deciding, check calling. So like he's literally repping like a boat if he bets, or like queen 10. So it's not a great spot. And that is a super brick. It's not even like a brick that's sort of like connected. Yep, and he does give up.
Wow, he's giving up.
And Waxman is going to realize he has some showdown value here. He beats 4-5. He beats ace-4, beats ace-5, beats other hearts.
He's going to be absolutely over the moon to win this.
Like
So,
I thought you definitely had me then.
right, that's a good point. So if he bets, it's more. I don't think Waxman's folding. Honestly, I don't think. But that's the problem. That card, it doesn't really add up because there's not many hands you can confidently bet when Waxman's in position, calls the turn. And if you did have a queen, you'd probably even check to let your opponent bluff his draw. So.
And Engel's sitting there thinking, if only I'd 3-bet out the small blind, probably would have took this pot down.
And I am a little surprised that I think that's a combination of things. I think that's also Engel just respecting Waxman a lot, but like he can put a lot of pressure on Waxman. He's one of those ICM stacks where you can really lean on. So for him to go bet and then bet the flop, I would think that might be the better play there. But it's also easy to see the cards. You know, Waxman could have ace king or jacks, and you know it's easy when you see it. But I just was a little surprised that he didn't do that. But then again, I would go either way. I mean, I could definitely see that play.
I think if I had 81 million left and I've bet 40 million on the turn, there's no way I'm not firing a bet out on the river. 49 million in the middle. I'm going to take a shot here. I'll probably bet 25, 30 million. Put my put maximum pressure on my opponent.
Yeah.
He didn't bet the flop, and he just flat called the turn. So there's every chance that he has just got a big ace here. It's not easy to call when you're playing for $1 million.
I like the lead. I like the lead by our the big blind. I thought it was well, and I think he literally got frozen on camera, and that's like it's just tough because it's like. Also, that's one of the cards I think you can justify not barreling because it just looks so bricky. I don't know. Tough spot. But Waxman, that's a big pot for Waxman. Kind of separates himself. You can see there's sort of three classes of situations. Yeah. We have Savad and Engel clearly out front, tied for first. Then there's a bunch in the middle, second wave, and then in the bottom 3 stacks that are going to be kind of ICM fighting. They're definitely. You know, if you're down there, it's big pay jumps. You're sort of battling for. You don't want to go out 8th. You're looking like, wow, I don't want to be that guy that gets 8th. I can definitely get 6th at least if I play smart and take my time. So, it's sort of 3 fields going. That's
interesting here. Farrell raised it up with his Jack 10 of spades, and Engel would normally have played back on the button with Queen Jack yesterday, but today just mucked it straight away.
River went check, dirty, 420. Jeff, can you tell us about some interesting prop bets you've heard of, maybe some less known ones? I mean, you've probably heard of the big ones, but there's one going right now about the Staple brothers to get within 1 pound of each other in a year. I have action on that, and they are risking $3K to win $150K. One weighs 305 pounds, the other 135 pounds, and they have to be within 1 pound of each other at the weigh-in date. So that is an interesting bet. I'm actually looking, if anyone's interested, if you're open, my market's still open. I think the brothers can get it done. The line's around 9-1 right now. Prop bets is great. It's a great part of poker. It's fun to have a little side action, a little fun bets pending going.
Farrell just nicking away here with the occasional bet. This time he's picked up a real hand, ace king. It's always nice when you've stole the blinds previously with the 10-jack suited and then you pick up a genuine hand. Eventually players are going to look you up because they think you're at it. Variance 13. Again, Bouzier is really polarised if he bets that river. I agree, as Jeff said in commentary, the 2 of spades is a complete brick.
I changed my mind. You had 4s.
So the only thing he could be value betting with, having not re-raised pre-flop, could be, I suppose, king-queen suited.
This is also an interesting spot. We see Farrell open, and we see Savad just not even consider 3-betting the ace-5, which is one of the perfect hands to do it. And again, this is a matter of sort of respect and just saying, you know what, certain guys I want to mess with, or I feel comfortable because I don't think they're going to react, and he didn't even consider it.
Shamus not likely to be 3-betting out of position here against Farrell, but we'll probably want to peel, see a flop. 13.4 in the middle, 5 million
Is he on the
call.
button?
No, he's small blind.
Okay. Oh yeah, and we got it there. Okay, that's cool. I didn't realize that. Nice.
Shamus down to 158 million, Farrell on 77. Made some really good decisions yesterday.
Very nice hand from Waxman. That was, yeah, hard on the river. He's going to get maybe all of it. He's going to get a big chunk of it. Probably all of it, yeah. Runner, backdoor, heart, yeah. Shamas debating the 3-bet or flat.
Looks like he's elected to 3-bet.
I think when you flat out of there, your hand is just kind of face up that it's a Broadway suited, and I don't hate it, but this is not going to work out for him with the holding that Farrell has. Don't know how deep there, but I'm guessing is this just a ship? Is it 40? No, how many? 2.4 blinds. So actually,
I know you cover me, Ryan, but do you know roughly how much you have? Let's see.
He has 141 million.
You have another yellow stack behind the two.
Farrell has 77.
and I really like this question from Farrell, and this is also just relevant in general, because sometimes people get offended when you ask how much do you have, but it does matter. So he even stated clearly, I know you have me way covered, but it's just kind of like you want to know, like, does he have 90 million? Does he have 120 million?
Absolutely.
How does it affect your thing? And it's
because
a super
his decision
relevant.
could be affected by the amount that he has to call.
Yeah.
Relative to his stack size. So 3-bet was to 18 million, 30 million in the middle. If Farrell shoves, there'll be 107 in the middle, and it would be 77 to call. He does go all in.
And this is a hand that
Shamas would have to put in just under half his stack.
And so I like this from Shamas, though.
Quick
He's sort
fold.
of taking one of these hands that it has value, and he's going to get like the ace-10 or ace-9 probably to fold. He's going to get king-queen even in a bad spot to make a decision. But he finds out where he's at. Now, let's take the other side of that. He flats.
Yeah.
It comes king-high. He has no idea where he's at, and he stacks it off. Or he hits a jack, and he's not able to play such a big pot because he's worried, does he have queens, kings, aces? So I think this is you know, some people might say, oh, like just flat and there's so much value. He's out of position, and I think that's a good decision all around. I think that's a good hand selection to do with out of that position. So
Farrell picks up another hand. At 10 jack of spades, followed by ace king, and now he has pocket eights. I know these guys look pretty relaxed, but I can imagine that there is a fair amount of tension on that final table.
I mean, it really is. It's intense because it's a great accomplishment. You're here, but to go out, let's say 6th, 7th, 8th versus 1, 2, 3, you're talking about you could have, you know, your year, 2 years. You're setting yourself up for. It's just a huge difference. You know, you get to play these big buy-in, big fields, and it doesn't happen all the time. No matter how good you are, to get to the final table, it is not easy, and this really matters. This is, and you want to talk about variance. You play online, you're firing these $200 tournaments, $100, $500 tournaments, you're losing flips, you're getting 4-to-1 beat, and then it can come down, your whole year could come down to one ace king to queens here, one queens to jacks hold, get there, and your whole year could really, like, that's why variance is so powerful, because you never know when it's going to come or how it's going to work. It generally evens out, but these spots, for instance, can take a lot. It's a lot of Sunday, Power Fest events of buy-ins. It's a lot of variance that you can lock up and get ahead or catch up with.
So 3 in a row there for Farrell, takes him up to 113 million. We have all 8 remaining players at the final table. Let me remind you what they started with. Niall Farrell started with 69 million. So he's now increased by 44 million. Waxman started with 115. He's up to 143. Savard started with 243. He's down to 231. Engel 252 down to 221. Dortil 142 and he's up to 161. Chamas 168 down to 143. And Bhutan 43 up to 52.
I guess that makes sense. Because they're usually calling kings, right? So at least you got 3 outs instead of 2. Yes, sir. To lose.
Variance, I totally agree. Niall Farrow is definitely not there looking for 6th or 7th place. Only interested in top 3. Aims for the win.
Has that already been a name for it?
No, man, I can't wait.
Engel's raised to 7 million. Hasn't been going well for him so far. He's down 38 million from his starting stack.
Party Poker Colette mentioning she's giving away 5 tickets this evening, 1 hour. 5 lucky viewers will win a 5.5 Power Fest ticket. Also giving away a 109 Power Fest ticket on my Twitter for the retweet. I think you saw that banner we got up there. So get the word out, tag a friend, let people know this is going on. This is, you know, as a poker player, this is kind of your Super Bowl. This is your moment, your family, your friends, people to watch, and you know it's a special moment. So help get the word out. Let people know that we're streaming it. It's on, and it's cool. You know, it's fun to say, oh, I played in front of 1,000 or 2,000 or 3,000 people on TV or on streaming. So help it out, and we do have giveaways via Party Poker, also on my Twitter, and you can retweet and follow the instructions on the Party Poker Live, Party Poker, and on my Jeff Gross Poker on Twitter. So get those retweets out. Let's build this up. Let's make this an exciting show, as it should be with this talent that is at the table today. This is a really fun group to watch.
Savard this time with the Queen 10 suited under the gun. Should be enough to put a raise in. 6.5 million. Engel, Jack 9. Was, yeah, pretty card dead at the moment. Chamas with 6-3 will fold. Well, so far, he's going to get this through. Just needs to beat the blinds. Farrell with 6-5 will give it up. Big blind will also give it up. 8 deuce. So Savard's going to nick this one.
Top of my closing range here.
Has anyone ever had $1 billion in live tournament chips? Yes, Maria Lampropoulos in Dust or Dawn 2 days ago.
A
2 weeks
billion?
ago, sorry. Yeah, we had 1.2 billion chips.
Oh yeah, I
in
guess
play.
that's yeah. So if you get all of it, wow.
The winner of this will have over 1 million chips in play.
Tough seat for Waxman and Neil Farrell. He's got maybe the super accomplished players right in a row on him, but I mean, Take Chip 2 is one of the high stakes players online. This is there's nowhere to hide. This is like you're gonna be battling with talent at this table, and the other players that I'm not as familiar with, it seems like they know exactly what they're doing as well. I like the 5-6 hearts. I like the lead. I like his decision. I think he just decided ultimately that it wasn't going to check out his story. I wonder if he went all in, what it would do. Might work. Take Chip is Dotel. Did you want to? How do you pronounce it? Dotel. Philippe. It's Philippe. The guy with the apostrophe in his name. That's Take Chip.
Sorry, my bad.
There's Boot in the short stack with the ace jack in the cutoff, and I think he's just debating whether he should jam or raise.
Yeah,
I
he
think
did before when he was in the he was on the button with ace jack, wasn't he, before?
I think he's probably same spot.
He makes the same play.
No real. Doesn't play quite well enough. You could argue to open.
Let me just have a
Hello.
look. Dan 86 Thomas, yes, the cash games are likely scheduled for 29th, 30th and 31st of May. Waxman asking for a count. Waxman with 137 million. Bhutan has gone all in, and he will definitely be calling. It's just a question.
Is he in the big blind? No, he's
small
the small blind. Okay,
does he want to raise here to
Waxman
isolate?
This is where Waxman knows he has his guy. He's not shoving with kings or aces, and he is debating, does he flat or shove? There is ICM stuff, and he's got one more player behind him. But he's feeling pretty good with the queens right here.
Savard chip leader with 234 million. So, but he,
oh, wow. There's actually, it's interesting because we see that Shamaz folded an ace, right? They show that as it goes on the graphics. So there is one less ace out as well. And you see the percentage reflecting that. It normally wouldn't be 77, but it's showing you that Waxman is a 77% favorite at the moment, and that's before we see Savad's calls.
Yeah, I like Waxman's play here. And just move all in.
Savad has the worst hand in the game, not the best, and we're going to see Waxman in a...
Right, Nancy 999. I don't know how he pronounced it, but it is doe, as in doe a deer, and toy. So doe toy. So we'll go with that for the rest of the final. Doe toy. Hope we're getting it right. Okay, so Bhutan all in for 49-6 with ace jack against Waxman with his pocket queens.
See Waxman a 3-1 favorite, but it is all in before the flop.
And the door card's an ace. Two pair for Bhutan.
Yikes.
Waxman not liking that at all.
And Waxman, well, Waxman's going to need a queen.
No help on the river. So Bhutan's ace jack survives. And that's a big pot for the whole table, obviously, because had he been knocked out, they would be guaranteed 110,000, and Waxman would have been up to 165 million, which would have put him in third place. Instead, he is in second place with 89.7, and Bhutan is up to 104.
See Waxman handle it like a professional.
Absolutely.
Doesn't see him screaming, and I mean that's pretty standard.
Inside
hand.
he is.
Yeah, it's
inside he felt sick when he saw the ace door card.
Yeah, it's that is a big.
It's like you were saying earlier. It's completely different, isn't it? When you have like you're playing a $200 tournament online, and these things happen to you. When you're now playing it and you're with $1 million up top.
Right. So that the variance there. I mean, that's one of those spots where that's a big swing. Matt would have been in third, and now he's down at the bottom. You can see it's pretty tight now. Look at the stacks. It's all of a sudden like, I mean, it's really leveled off, and that's a big swing for the table and a blow for Waxman. And obviously he's chipped up, played great, and now he's still in it. You know, he loses a hand like that, and he still has 90 million, and he's fine. But that's definitely a very unfortunate moment for Waxman. But he's been here before, and I like Waxman. I like his chances to get through it and battle back. That's unfortunate.
That was the question. Who gets the bounty?
This is a bounty
Too
tournament?
many progressive KOs recently.
I didn't know this was a bounty.
Isn't it?
It's a pride bounty.
Farrell getting some big hands. I think, you know, it's one of the interesting things about online versus live. You just see so many more all-ins. Like when I'm streaming on Twitch, you're just in so many because there's like so many 15, 20, 30 blind all-in. So it's like, you know, you're losing ace-king to king-jack, and you're losing ace-jack to queens, and you're losing all these flips, and it just feels like all these beats, but really you're just all in a lot. Like these guys are not going all in a ton. Waxman's a post-flop player. He's a super talented skill player. So are all these guys. You know, they don't want to go all in before the flop. You know, like let's say he just raises there and Waxman calls, or they're deeper or something. It's not just going to go all in and the pot's going to be controlled and Waxman's going to make a decision. And it's one of those things when the money just starts getting shipped all in. Now, if you think about it, if you have ace-king to ace-jack all in, you're not – and you do that 3 or 4 times in a tournament, it's like you're not even a favorite to survive. If you get an ace-king to ace-jack for your life 3 times, you're supposed to be out. So it's something that I think we all forget, but the all-in pre-flop stuff you know, the equities run pretty close, and the game is won and lost in the streets, and that's just one of those spots Waxman has to call. He knows he's going to be a 3-1 favorite. The guy's going to literally have like ace 10, ace jack, or even a lower pair. He's going to be in a good spot. He can never fold his hand, and then gets pretty unlucky, obviously. So I think that's something we got to remember, that live there's a lot less all-ins. There's a lot more post-flop play, and so a lot less beats.
So, both the blinds have called us. Savard with Queen Jack, Engel with King 7.
What would I do with Savard's hand from the small blind? It's tough. I think you could do all three, and depending on your dynamic, depends.
I would have folded.
I think full in's fine. I'd probably lean towards full in.
If it gets checked to me now, and I'm Engel, I'm betting.
Savard's got a pretty good hand to bet here when it goes checks around. He's got the gut shot, the overs. He doesn't have a spade, though, and I think that's going to bother him.
There we go. Knows that Farrell hasn't got an overpair, hasn't got ace 10. Most likely to have ace king, ace queen, ace jack. Once Savard has checked, it's a straightforward bet.
It's one of those things, too. I think Farrell knows, like, Ari's definitely capable of having, like, just some draws here, but it's just he's going to have to face multiple streets, and he just gets out of the way, just playing technically sound. Also another player to worry about. You got to worry about Savard waking up or squeezing or having something. There's also made hands. Someone could have 7-9 already. Someone could have 2 pair, and you're just drawing dead. So it's not the right spot to be a hero.
Delay is 30 minutes. Top ring. Yeah. And Savard, another point in this tournament, he might have called there with his overcards and gut shot straight draw, but out of position against Engel, knowing that if he misses on the river, it's probably not going to be a good spot to bluff. Lets it go. Engel back in front, 242 million, started with 252, so he's only 10 million down now. We're going to be taking a break every level here, guys. Blinds are 90 minutes now in this final table. I did expect to lose one player in this first level.
All right, we're up to over 1,000 viewers. I think it's a good time. Always interesting to see where everyone's from. I see Germany. I know there's a bunch of Montreal locals watching. Let's hear where everyone's from. Type in the chat. Always some interesting answers. So we're here. We are live. It's a 30-minute delay, though. And let's see where everyone's watching from today.
7,800,000.
Montreal by the beach. Tempe, Arizona. The Denmark ATL. Dirty 420. Okay.
They'll judge you regardless.
Dan 86 Thomas just claiming England. Wants all of England and the UK. Trader, Toronto, Scotland, San Diego, Sherbrooke, Buffalo, Phoenix, a lot of Phoenix, Peru.
Interesting pot here. Engel raised from the small blind with Jack 2 clubs. He's flopped straight in a flush draw. Bouzier called him with Jack 3 of hearts from the big blind.
But I'll live, which is the good news.
Berlin, Japan, in the building. Hi, Mike.
Brazil, Praze, grinders for real. Berlin.
Unless you don't.
Check, check. Already loving his hands. A little less now, but still. I like Ari's chances in this pot. It's probably a good time to start putting some chips in. Try to take it down. You have Jack high. Yeah, blind on blind is fun action. I think that's like, if you're a tournament player and you're looking for a place to improve your game, look at your blind on blind play, whether it's your small blind to big blind or how you play the big blinds. Take a look at your ranges and what you're doing, and I think you could find some interesting adjustments or experiment with some different things, whether it's a limp strategy from the small into the big, you know, 3X, or just how you're playing your blind and what hands you're doing that with, or if you're just balanced all across. I think that's an area that you can really improve on, and something that I'm trying to constantly work on and find little tweaks. And it is really flat, these stacks all of a sudden. I mean, 70K, Waxman's still got 90, 100 for Neil. Bhutan now has 104 after that. Get there.
Do Choi with
Portugal.
pocket sixes here under the gun. Oh, wow. Bhutan. Pocket aces. Now, I'm sure he's not going to be shoving this time. Saw him shove twice with ace-jack.
There's always something about the aces face. It's like when you're live and you know, it's one thing to get aces live, one thing on a TV table, you're just not expecting it. When you actually get aces, it's like, wow, I have the nuts. He called? Is that, he's putting a little trap in there? Interesting to flat. I think that's fine, but against a player like Take Chip and Ari in the big blind, who's going to complete a lot, I'm not sure I'm crazy about it. I guess it's fine. It's just like you're the ICM, the final table. I guess it hasn't been really like multi-way pots. There isn't a lot of people splashing around and going multi-way, but I just would be worried to go like 3 or 4 way by calling in there. But
I don't mind this play. I like
I think it's fun.
the fact that he's willing to gamble to try and get a big stack.
Yeah, for sure.
Completely disguises his hand. Clean up 514 says he trapped me with queens in the blinds yesterday.
Definitely an open from Take Chip, but it's funny when you open these small pairs and you do get flat or go to the flops, they're always a little interesting to proceed, especially when it's not against the blinds, you're out of position, and it's like, here's a flop, and you're just like, wow, like, it's tough. Do you try to win it? Do you kind of just check, give up? You know, you're going to get bluffed by some hands. I'm sure Take Chip's pretty aware of how Bhutan's playing, and you may even just get away for one bet here. Just check fold. Type of hands he's flatting with are like 7s plus, 8s, 9s, 10s, jacks, jack queen suited, queen king suited. So I mean, this is not particularly good flop for 6s. I'd say it's slightly below average.
Clean up. I hit my 8-3 though and won. 8-3 would have been a good hand here. Probably going to bet 10 or 11 million. Well, maybe a little bit less. much does he bet?
7,100,000.
Very small.
Yeah, Dr. Spin. 8-3 of clubs. When I was commentating the cash game, Rob won a big pot against John Duthie with, I think he had King Jack, and it came King 8-3. Rob turned a full house. So Bhutin wins another one. So Bhutin started this finals table with 43.9. He now has 117. And the other short stack was Farrell with 69, and he now has 100. Bouzier down to 67 from 108.
Variance 13 says, did you ever check back aces on the flop? I mean, yeah, I don't know about that flop, but there are some flops. Got to put some money in at some point. Oops, sorry. 1 street of value on the turn. I mean, yeah, you could take a little higher variance line there too. I don't think he had the ace of diamonds, but I think it's also an okay way to play it. That if you're gonna play it that slow, you could, in your heads up, you could take it even all the way slow.
Yeah, I think he fully intended by flatting to induce a squeeze behind, but didn't work out.
That's also true. That's also the reason the flat is it's a little more likely even a shorter stack. Someone may squeeze it on a bluff or find something and just rip in or get uncomfortable with like 10s or jacks. So I think it's fine to flat. Shamas has been getting some very interesting hands. He's had King Jack suited up against Ace King. He's had a few other. I saw him with, I believe, another hand where he's getting some like very playable but sort of like second tier, third tier hands where he has to play, but they're not. That's the thing in poker. It's easy to play aces, kings, flop a set, these type of hands. When you get the ace jacks, the pocket sevens, the pocket sixes, the ace five suiteds, queen jack suiteds, you really can get in some interesting dynamics and spots. And not the best flop for ace five suited. Does have double backdoor straight draws, the 2-3 or the king 10. Does have backdoor flush draw, but not a particularly good flop for the ace 5. And this is the type of hand where I would expect 10-8 is going to have a decent chance of winning, especially from take chip, as he's known.
Yeah, and if Shamas checks twice, I would bet here.
Does pick up the gutter. Mike LB1 saying, by the way, so many Quebec Montreal players are rails a who's of Quebec Poker Day. Yeah, I think that's what Bhutan is. He's a local, or he's a friend of. Looks like a lot of the guys here. So.
Oh, he's checked it back.
Pretty good run out for the ace 5. Slightly surprised Bhutan didn't go for it. That feels like a pretty good. Just playing super sound. And he had the pulls at it. He had 10 outs. Got to get to the river in position, cheap, and just think that's a bit surprised he didn't take a shot at it on the turn, but that's totally fine too.
So we have confirmation there. Savard, Bhutan, Dautoy, and Bouzier, all from Quebec.
And I'm happy about that.
Strong players in Montreal and in Canada, in this area. I will say, too, they are very, very energetic and loud. I'd put them right up there with the Brazil. Brazil and Canada are very enthusiastic railers and really love poker and back their friends when they are there. They support, and I've seen that firsthand several times. They get rowdy. Brazilian reels, yes, as well. Brazilian's a different category, but Canada, I think, is like takes the cake in general. Brazil's just on its own wavelength.
7 million. 7 million.
Prazer, grind is for real. My wife is Brazilian, and also I've been at final table with Brazilians. I've been to Brazil for poker, and they don't need a final table. They get loud. All right, ace is starting to go around now. Shamas, I was just talking. He hasn't had any hands. He's been in tough spots, and this one, I think he's going to know how to play this one. And English, too, yes. UK. I'd say that's the podium for me, those three. Brazil, UK, and Canada. Those countries are nuts in a good way. I was fortunate I made the first big WPT event here at Playground. They got 1,100 something runners as well, and I was final 3 with Jonathan Waugh, who won the event, and Pascal Lefrancois, who are 2 very popular and cool guys here in Montreal. And I was definitely the underdog. People were rooting pretty hard against me, and I understand, but that was an incredible atmosphere to be here in that big event and just see that type of excitement there. Pascal, that's one of the players. Him and Radoja have haunted me in my career. Just like no matter what, coolers, losing heads up, losing crazy hands, and those are 2 tough players. Yeah, I finished 3rd. I got it in 4s to King 10, flopped a set, and they went runner straight, all in pre to be heads up with Jonathan. But that was a crazy final table and a great event. And that was sort of the kickoff of Playground Poker. They built this whole big room. They only had their first room in March of 2012. We were here. We came back in November, and it was just this massive place, what you see now. And they have all these tables, and they were expecting like 500, and they got 1,100 and I think 70. It was actually, I'm going to look it up. It was like 1,100 and something, similar to this event, about the same exact number. Let's take a look. Playground Poker just keeps raising the bar, and they get it done. That was a great final table. They have that up. You can see that footage, that final table from 2012 November. Final table. Let's see. Let's look at it, because that was a good memory. $2,000.
Waxman under the gun, 7-5 off. Blinds are 1.53 million, 300,000 ante. He folds. Savard with 8-6 of clubs.
How many entries was this? 1168?
1168, I think.
This one had 1173, the 3,500. This was in 2012. This was their first big event here, and they like doubled the thing. That was awesome. And Gavin Smith made the final table, and Sylvain Siebert, who went back-to-back final tables, and I saw him with all the chips. He was like chip leader day 1 here. I don't know how he finished or if he cashed, but guy always gets chips here.
Almost raised for Sam. Me too. Well, I was kidding. I was kidding.
I wasn't.
At 5-7.
I was in pretty bad shape.
I had 200s.
How many tables does Dusk Till Dawn have in Nottingham? How big a room is it? Is it similar
45.
size? And
45, and then we add another 36 when we have a major event on.
Sweet. I got to check that place out. Keep hearing about it here. This is a particularly solid, tough final table. Sometimes you're going to see sort of an amateur, some kind of unconventional stuff, or just sort of some more gambly, and I think this, this is just like, man, everyone's playing technically super sound, and yeah, round of shots to the table. That might get things going. That's what they're calling for. And aces are flying around. Maybe that's, I don't know.
Wow.
We were talking about one little action. Neil has had some pretty good hands in favorable positions, and this is one of them.
It's unbelievable. Isn't it? We've had aces, what,
Three out of
the last 4 hands?
Yeah.
Bhutan, Shamas, and now Farrell.
Kings and Queens 416. Nice meeting you in Montreal. See you in Vegas. I will be there the whole summer. Absolutely. What's up, Bernsey? Good to see you. It is going very well, other than my homie Matt Waxman got it in pretty good shape. Queen Ace Jack and lost. I'm sure Bhutan's a nice guy, but that is a tough it's a tough one.
Dr. Spin, Farrell against the red ones, and Ference 13. We did have a spot yesterday where
that's funny.
A player just flatted in the small blind with a big hand, hoping that the big blind would shove, and it worked out perfectly. Farrell's not going to try that one. He's going to raise. Poker Underboss, payouts please. 80,000 for 8th, 110 for 7th, 150 for 6th, 233 for 5th, 335 for 4th, 450, 650, and 1 million for the winner.
Wow, it's a huge 3-bet. 7 million he made it to 23. I mean, I guess it's just over 3x, but it's more than 3x. But he's out of position, and I think the thing about that is Neil, he's going to do that with his ace fours or his his bluffs as well. So he's just going to set his sizing a little over 3x, which just makes sense. So it looks big, but I think that's just that's the general sizing out of position, which is.
Farrell, like you say, he's had some big hands. Ace King twice, had a pair of 8s, Jack 10 suited that he also picked the blinds up with. And now with those aces, he has increased his stack to 115 million, up from 69.
Also, the other thing about 3-betting that size is you basically, if your opponent does have Ace King, Kings, or Queens, you're kind of going to get him really diced up. He's going to kind of have to maybe even get it in, or it puts him in a bad spot. When you get in the benefit of doing smaller sizing is you give your opponent some room to try to bluff if he's got a hand, or a bluffing type hand. But I like the bigger sizing, and I guess it wasn't that much. It was just slightly over 3x, which is standard from that spot. Go either way there.
Bouziera, short stack, 66 million, blinds 1.53 million. He has 22 bigs. And this time it's only kings. So with aces, 3 out of the last 4 hands. Bhutan was one of those players that had them, and this time he's got pocket kings in the cutoff. Loving life.
Raise. 6,500,000.
And Farrell is in position, and I'm pretty sure he's just gonna flat here, I would imagine. Even though against Bhutan, maybe he thinks he's one of the more inexperienced in his eyes, whether it's true or not, at least in Neil's eyes, maybe he thinks he could put a little pressure on him. He's been pretty solid. I mean, he's had good hands, but he hasn't really been opening any modest hands. This looks like the 3-bet face, even though I would almost be sure he calls.
Call.
Yeah, but especially with this. With the king-queen off, he'd probably 3-bet king-queen suited. I think he's just going to... Too valuable. And that is one of maybe the worst hand to have. And hopefully Waxman doesn't wake up with... Oh, Waxman's got the air ball. Waxman's wheels are turning here. Waxman may be thinking that Neil is going to be flatting those type of hands, and that Bhutan, unless he has like a 2.5 or 3% hand, is going to fold. He may be thinking to squeeze this up to like 23 mil. I think that's what he's thinking. And this would be bad timing for Waxman if he does go for it. He is. Waxman's not a tanker. I think he's going for it. Wow, he's going for. This is an interesting hand selection to do. I mean, I like his thought process. He's basically saying Bhutan now has some chips, is going to maybe open a little wider, and he just figures that Farrell is going to have like a Broadway suited or a mid pair and isn't so worried about Neil. So this is unfortunately not good timing, but I like the idea from Waxman. 23 million, that's what we said he was going to do, and he went for it. But, I mean, honestly, this is just super unlucky timing for Waxman, because like if Bhutan has ace jack or ace queen, I think he's even going to release it.
And as typically as you expect, it's against the guy that had the ace jack when you had your queens and you doubled him up. Now he's making this 3-bet squeeze to 23 million, Bhutan with pocket kings, with Farrell behind, flatten on the button.
Man, if Bhutan calls, he's going to put Waxman in a really bad spot. But there's just too much out there. He's just got to get it in, I think. I don't think he's going to flat. Even though he doesn't have to worry really about Neil flatting.
Yeah, and a very quick fold from Farrell.
And Waxman's going to get rid of it soon.
Unfortunate there. Waxman had the heart to make the move, but timing was slightly off. His opponent had a real hand.
Bad timing, but I like the idea. It does show you, Waxman's folding ace jack for single open and squeezing the 9-2 suited. I mean, it shows you the mind he has. He is constantly thinking about situation spots, and it's 1,168 people. It's not an accident. He's here. There's, it's not just playing aces and kings and sets along the way. You're making a couple squeezes, a couple plays, and that is
Twitch poker, good point there.
Spot.
That's how you fold. Don't tank for a minute. Both players,
exactly. That also
Farrell
too. Yep.
And Waxman just folded within 10 seconds.
Yep, shows you the caliber, the level. I think you might see, and that's the stuff that hurts too, especially with hole cards. If you tank for a couple of minutes and you just never, you could say, oh, I want to like make them think later. I'm gonna, I have a real. It's just like, come on, like, look, yeah, it's polarized. You either have like kings or aces there, or queens, or you're making a move. So like, move along. And unlucky for Waxman, but he's still in it. Still got 20 plus bigs, and yeah, it's been plenty of play left. Anyone's game. I mean, 2 doubles, Matt's chip leader. So if you think about it, it's not that crazy if between first and the bottom and the top.
Great. 7,500,000.
Yes, Antonio did respond to my voice note. He is paid $100 to our stream for what he did yesterday. That was unacceptable. He did. Yeah. There's not been really serial tanking. Everyone's kind of playing strong. Twitch poker. That is true. Is that the Twitch poker? I've never seen them in the streets. Neil's starting to get the value hands and sticking to his plan. He's going to flat the Jack 10 suited, which is the right move, I believe. Sounds like a good plan of a hand to do that with. Just poker saying we're always hyped though. We always keep it hyped up. Jack 10 suited. Good door card for Jack 10 suited, followed by an interesting flop. This is super interesting. There's some money cards here. Damas has to like having the ace of hearts.
Yeah. Obviously, if Chamas hits his queen, it's going to give Farrell.
Ruthie Faith, I mean, do you think Maxon's over bluffing here if he squeezes 9-2 suited? Yeah, I think he was just taking a spot analysis. He just thought Neil was going to be flatting, and probably the type of hand he was, and really came down to was.
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard to get a aces, kings, queens, ace, king there. Those are basically the hands.
The 9-2 is irrelevant. It's the play against in that spot.
I mean, I would probably
Doesn't
prefer
matter what his hand was.
I get what he's asking. I believe Ruth is saying, do you think he's too much, as in like to take that hand selection for a bluff? I think I'd rather throw in like a ace X, right? Have the blocker with an ace or a king. Like I'd prefer that, but I don't question Waxman's authority in tournament poker. Antonio IX311 asked, what did he do? He came over during our Twitch stream. He was supposed to hang out for a while. He stood for like 3 to 5 minutes before he left for his airplane, and then he clogged our toilet and didn't tell us, which is pretty, that's subpar. So he gave $100 to the stream for the inconvenience. I mean, he messed up our routine on the bath, and I had to call down and then say, oh, it was my friend, not me, who clogged the toilet. No one ever believes that. It was a mess.
99% of people give him fold.
6,500,000.
Yeah, I did.
Farrell will definitely call here.
I don't know that I love this bet size unless he has a plan to shell it again. I mean, blockers really matter. If you look at it too, it's like kind of unlikely that he has queen jack or ace jack. So, I mean, oh my goodness. Well, there's good in it's a Jing card. He doesn't have the nut flush, but for in Neil's eyes, he now loses to ace queen and flush draws, and the flush is definitely possible in his mind. So I don't think this is probably just going to go bet call. Unless, I wonder if he tries to get tricky and check raise, thinking he could have some. Neil would check back probably king queen on this board though, so I don't know. I think he's gonna bet pretty big here. I would like a bet of like 23 million or 24 million. I think would be the play. Hope he has some sort of 2-pair. 19. I think he's gonna go around 24 million. It's also not. I mean, the flush you have to be a little worried about that he could have. Like the problem is there's not really many flush. There's actually almost no flush combos with having the ace of hearts that he has that he's flatting. Right? He's not flatting queen 9 of hearts. I don't think that would be the only even possible one that he's going to be flatting.
Yeah, if he had that flush draw, even if he checked the flop, he would have bet the turn.
Right. Well, he bet the turn. Damas let out on the turn. But yeah, I just thought it's almost no combos. So like, yeah, I think he's going to go. Yeah, he's thinking about Vegas and the Mirage. How much to bet here? This is gin of gins. And depending on the bet size, Neil could fold.
30 million.
30, yeah. So he goes for the pole, like the big pop bet, basically, which is. And this is a very big decision, and I could see him folding here.
Well, I could as well, because I think it's the first time I've seen Shamus actually announce the size of his bet. Previously, he cuts it all out and puts it in very deliberately over the line in one stack. This time he's announced it, which 20 years ago would have been classed as a tell.
I just think, like, you have to, it's more, even that, factor that in, but what hands is he beating? Would he play ace-king like this? Probably wouldn't bet like this unless he's, like, turning into a bluff. Would he play king-queen like this? Probably not. Like, Neil may be even thinking, man, he might have the ace of hearts and is like bluffing with some kind of just like that. That's what's going through his mind. He knows he's not beating value hands right now. I mean, he's not going to bet ace king or king queen like this. That's the problem. So it sort of comes down to bluffs or he's nutted. Neil's working it out in his head. He checked the flop, bet small on the turn.
Well, the hands that make sense, the way the action's gone, are ace queen, are something like, could even, it's unlikely to be ace nine of hearts, obviously.
Could be kings or tens. Would he do this? Or I think on this river with the heart getting through, that's part of the problem too. This is a super interesting hand. You could actually, I think, counting out the combos.
Even king jack, but unlikely to have raised from +1, so.
This is where the best in the world. This is where these are the decisions. These type of hands are. This one is super dicey. This is an absolutely action card. Now, if it's a jack of spades, he's going to pay it off probably.
I think the size of the bet is because he wants to rep the flush with the bare ace. That's what he wants.
Well, also,
Farrell to think.
Yeah, I think this is the right. It's just the right bet size in the spot.
Yeah, see, that's what he's thinking. He's thinking, what has he raised with ace small here, check the flop, bet the turn, and bet big on the river. Obviously, he doesn't know that Farrell has actually improved on the river.
It's actually really interesting if you think about it, because he's exactly right. What ace suited is he opening?
Yeah, when
he might not open
ace.
On board. He might exactly. So the ace of hearts now. You're basically saying I have a royal essentially, or somehow the ace queen off, because like there's not a ton of aces he would be opening, like suited aces. This is a little bit of the problem. Because who gets a royal? No one gets royal flushes. Not on TV final tables. So
Farrell's stack fires 94 million. If he was to call, he'd be down to 64. He's been picking up some great starting hands. Previous hand he had king queen of diamonds. Before that he's had ace king twice. He had aces. He had eights. He can find a better spot. I think he's going to let this go.
Oh, I say so too, but I think what he's thinking is, do you have aces, ace king, that you're turning into a bluff almost? Because it's like, I don't think he would value bet the ace. He could, I guess. I don't know. If he had ace of hearts with a king, I wonder what he would do. That's the question. What do you think he does with ace king with the heart? Does he bet so much? Does he bet less? Does he check?
I'll check call.
Side? So that's also, I think, how he's thinking, how would my opponent play these hands? He's running through all the scenarios, all the possibilities, and I think he's just ruling out a royal flush, because that just doesn't happen in his mind. So it's like he doesn't have ace queen suited. Another possible hand, even though it's a little less likely, is he could be turning queen jack suited into a bluff. That's a scenario, too, that he could do that.
Almost 6 million imagine for
that he knows is not good, and he's bluffing now.
2 minutes just a bet.
Or ace jack turning into a bluff. Those are possibilities.
Huh? Yeah.
And obviously Niall took the line of not betting the flop when it was checked to him. So he would be thinking Shamas doesn't realise I already had a pair, I've now improved to 2 pair. But would he really bet 30 million into a 35 million pot unless he has it? In this particular instance against me, who knows I'm a good reader of players.
I want to see the camera on Shamas. What's his nut face? What's his like please call face?
Yeah.
Where's Shamas? Let's see what a man with who wants to get called looks like. Especially when
Wow, he's called.
Another hand in after all. Does he have?
I did not expect him to call there.
It's tough spot. I don't know. I mean, it's easier. Sometimes it's just easier when you see the cards and think, but like, you know, it's. I guess you just. There's a lot of. Man.
I mean, I just didn't think you'd bet turn with ace queen of hearts. Why would you? Or ace queen of. But I didn't think you were bluffing either. So it didn't make any sense.
And
Yeah, it's a tough one. I think he thought so long. His gut feeling was fold, and he thought it through and talked himself into a call. JB Darts there leveled himself a call. Nickel up wouldn't have been that sick of a fold. Twitch Poker overthought it. I think they're all correct. Bit unfortunate there for Niall.
I'm in there.
No, it would. Oh, actually, yeah, actually, yeah.
Next double leg.
Yeah.
I'm not on that level.
So check it.
Shamas now over the 200 million mark. Came to the final table with 168 million, and he's now on 204. Engel on 233, started with 252. Savard 221, started with 243.
3 million.
And you guys have our cell phones for the break.
Good bet, seed
Get
3.
that info, Ari.
Gotta update the pen.
I said good bet, seed 3.
Update the pin.
Ace queen off this time for Bhutan. He's had a good final table so far. Started with 43, and he's up to 145. Increased by over 100 million.
there are giveaways on Party Poker. I believe Colette is doing some, either on the hour or every hour, or giving away $5 tickets. And on my Twitter, Jeff Gross Poker, $109 ticket being given away Saturday. You can retweet, tag a friend, let them know we're live, get the energy out, help this table. This is a star-studded final table. A lot of up-and-coming, very talented players you may or may not know, but these guys are constantly in the biggest events and doing very well. So check them out and help them get some eyes on it. This is some high-level poker, and don't be selfish. Share it with your friends. Let them know to take a look. Twitch Poker. It's great adding these type of shows, these type of events, getting to see hole cards. I mean, it is as good as it gets. If you want to get better at poker, you should be paying attention, taking notes, thinking about it. Take your game to another level. Try to pick something up today. Maybe pick a player, try to guess what they're going to do in streets and spots, and think about why they may or may not be doing what they're doing. You can definitely improve and capitalize on entertainment, also getting better.
He's just a remarkably stupid person.
And again, we can see this sort of, as usual, but the tier, there's the top three now. There's sort of a middle two. Oh.
20,500,000.
I'm like, King 10x, 2 hearts, and he's got ace queen with ace of hearts. Let's check flop. I'm like, all right, fair enough. You don't check flop to bet the pot, third of the pot on the turn for no fucking reason. Sure. Like what? Like just 6.5 million for no reason, just into the middle, like just folding no hands that beat him. Not like, well, I might call ace jack, like fucking idiot. But then it's like in the river, he just bets big and like, I'm like, yeah, just when they bet big, they have good hands a lot. Like, what is it? Yeah, like, no, he's bet like 6.5 million on like 30 million on the river. And I was like, you're such a moron. Just like, couldn't think of like, I don't know. This is really tough. I'm glad there's a break. I'm so tilted.
I don't know if you guys can hear that. We hear Neil Farrell chatting on the side here.
What he did was just stupid, and obviously get shorted for it.
Yeah, when I said that on the turn, this turn bet was kind of awkward. Like, you're not really getting any better hand to fold unless you have a plan to bluff big rivers.
Yeah,
But
I mean, I was chipping up even as a shorter stack pretty easily, and then like that happens.
this is Neil probably not realizing he's mic'd up.
Yep, I think that's pretty obvious.
Yeah.
But it's entertaining to listen to because you're hearing,
it's real.
You're
It's
hearing
like
his thought process. And like he did say, one thing was absolutely the fact that it's the break has probably helped him enormously. So Engel 3-bet. Bhutan's ace queen with his king 3. He's been rewarded. Flop top pair. Bhutan with a gut shot 10. Obviously improved with an ace 2.
Yeah, he tried twice. Who did? He's only fished like a long line grind, but he's just obviously not. I thought he was okay, but he's obviously not. Like, yeah, he was like the best, the best 666 online back in the day.
16,500,000.
Banned from stars. Something to do with like an account he was associated with doing some bad things. I mean, I would just ban his account as well, mate. Yeah. If I'm sitting in support and I see that hand, I'm like, yeah, you're banning it. It's for your own fucking good. It's not, is it a bluff? Like, what's he doing? Like, oh yeah, maybe, yeah. Like, it's just remarkably stupid. I flatted. Yeah. I don't even flat sixes. And then he bets so big that like he can't even bet like king 10 or king jack like that. And it's like, well, all I've got now is a hand that's just moronically bet the turn for no reason. I guess that's more likely than is bluffing. Like. It's really annoying, so I was like, I mean, I'm fine, but I was doing pretty well. I was like tilted at Waxman, you'll see this hand in a minute, where like huge nit guy opens cut off. 30 bigs, I've got king, queen of diamonds on the bottom, I'm like, not even loving it. Like, call. Waxman squeezes. And then net is obviously all in, and he's like, yeah, fold net. Why have you done that? Like,
God, I'd love to get Niall in the commentary booth.
Yeah. Someone should probably, honestly, at this point, I don't know if someone's watched, if they can go tell Neil. I mean, he should know he's on.
It makes no difference. We're 30 minutes behind. This all happened.
Oh, yeah.
30 minutes
I guess
ago.
there's nothing we can do, so he's going to know.
Okay, the players are going on a break. I hope you found the last 5-10 minutes as entertaining as we have. And we'll join you back here in 17 minutes. All 8 players remaining. Chip movements have changed dramatically. So join us back here. 80,000 for 8th, 1 million for the winner. Back in 17 minutes.
See you soon.
they're always within like a couple zeros.
Okay, guys, we're back at the final table here at Playground, Kanawaki, Montreal, Canada, for the North America Party Poker Million. $5,300 buy-in for 1,168 total players, and we have $1 million for the winner, $80,000 for 8th. So we haven't lost a player yet. Just look at the chip counts. Bouzier is on 59 million. He started the final with 108. Waxman on 61. Started with 115. Farrell is on 64. We just saw him lose that big pot with the 10-jack suited. He started with 69. He was up to about 130 at one point. Bhutan is the big increase, 124 up from 43. Dotoy is on 146. He started 142. Shamus is on 199, up from 168. Ari Engel is chip leader with 267, did start with 252, slight increase. Savard on 220. Blinds have increased now to 2 million, 4 million with a 400 ante. So we have 9.2 million in the pot pre-flop. And that's about all you need to know at the moment. 80,000 for the next player out, million for the winner. And I'm joined in the commentary box by Kristin Bicknell. How are you?
Hi, good. How are you?
Yeah, great.
Good. Happy to be here.
Did you play the event?
I did play. Didn't get too far, maybe about 50 off the money, but would have been fun to be here, but fun to do this instead. Pretty crazy to see a $400,000 ante in a tournament.
Yeah.
It's a lot of chips in play.
Knuckle Up said, Chrissy B, what's up?
Hi, Knuckle Up.
So you're saying you're known as Chrissy B 24, yeah?
Yes, that's what my poker nickname is.
Yeah, well, we did expect to lose a player, but we haven't yet. Hardly surprising with $1 million up top, and we've got some fantastic players obviously on this table.
Yeah.
I'm assuming you know most or all of them. We had Jeff Gross in the box before. He was telling me that Ari Engel won the Aussie Millions last year.
Yeah.
Farrell won High Roller in Punta Cana plus an EBT. Or WSOP, I think it was.
He won, the Punta Cana WPT.
Yeah. He's had ace king twice already today. Pocket eights, pocket aces. And here he is for the third time at ace king. He lost a big pot just before the break. 10-jack suited against Shamas, who had ace queen and opened. He flatted it, come king 10 rag. Went check call. And he's moved all in with his ace king. And on the river, he improved to 2 pair, but unfortunately for him,
Oh, he's going to get a call.
that's not such a bad thing with ace queen.
No.
Ari Engel
Maybe
hasn't
a
had
good-
many starting hands.
Yeah, good spot to double up, maybe.
See how.
I'm interested to watch Ari play because I've played with him a lot in the last few months, and he's quite an interesting player, but I think the whole cards would certainly show something to me.
He's actually playing completely different to how he played yesterday. He was
Really?
Yeah, the previous day we had 2 feature tables, and he totally dominated the table he was on. It was today he's come in as chip leader, and he's made very few moves.
Yeah. I guess it's a little different on a final table with these payouts. It's maybe a good time to change the strategy.
Clearly
Wow.
not
Wow. He just folded.
Yeah, not willing to
I'm
risk a
actually
quarter of his stack.
Quite surprised at that fold, but I guess it's just a... I'm just looking at the numbers. I'm pretty shocked, actually. He shoved about 15 bigs. Wow. I'm very surprised by that fold.
as I say, he has been playing completely different to yesterday, and I think that his game plan is to stay up in the top 3 and then go for the win when it gets short-handed.
Yeah.
Certainly doesn't want to be doubling up Niall Farrell.
Yeah, that's true.
Big blind calling range from an under the gun shove.
Wow.
He fold ace queen. Yeah, I agree, dirty.
Yeah.
I think if it was 10-15% of his stack, he probably calls, but he said, why call off a quarter of your stack when you're already chip leader?
Yeah, or maybe 12 or 13 bigs instead of 15, 16, I think it was.
Waxman got very unlucky. He had pocket queens against Bhutan's ace jack, and he flopped 2 pair. Ace
Oh,
jack.
wow.
He also made squeeze play against the same player. Bhutan had kings, and Farrell just flattered on the button with king queen of diamonds.
Okay.
And Waxman chose the wrong time to squeeze with his 9-2. Bouzier, our short stack, just under 58 million. 14.5 bigs.
Yeah, 75.
Okay, during the break, I've done a quick calculation of when I expect this tournament to finish.
Yep.
I'm going to do a competition for everybody out there. If you can tweet us your prediction for the tournament finish time with the hashtag PowerFest152, the closest 3 will win a $215 seat into that tournament, which is guaranteed at $1 million on Sunday during the PowerFest. 20 million PowerFest running between May the 7th and May 21st. So tweet us your prediction for the tournament finish time today with hashtag PowerFest152. Closest 3 win a $215 seat. I will give a couple of clues as to when I think it will finish during the next hour. Waxman on the big blind,
I
choosing.
think he's looking to defend with 5-3 suited.
Nothing wrong with that.
No, he's short stacked. I guess he's just trying to see if he can hit a flop to go with.
Both players flop a pair. Waxman with his pair of 5s, but Engel has a pair of 9s.
And Waxman has the backdoor clubs, but could get interesting if Ari decides to check. Yeah.
2 pair for Engel now. Cooper deck 7. No, Jeff came in and did a level with me. Now I have Kristin. I also have the options of John Duthie, Mike Sexton. So I'll be having a selection of people alongside me today. Straightforward here.
Now let's see what he bets. The pot's 24 million. 9 million. Assuming he'll just fold. It's not really a great spot to get tricky with his stack either. Have they been playing quite slow today?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There hasn't actually been much tanking or dwelling, to be honest. You know,
Okay.
the actions move pretty fast, but
Yeah.
there have been a couple of spots where players would have 3-bet normally or
Okay.
opened light,
Yep.
but they haven't been, which
They
is
just
hardly
folded.
surprising when there's a million for the
Yeah.
winner. So they all have game plans here.
Yep.
No doubt, from the way I've seen Engel playing, he's going to change gear when it gets short-handed. Maintaining and increasing his chip lead now. He's up to 290 million. Will he be the first player to go over the 300 million mark?
Yeah, he seems to be able to switch gears pretty well.
So we're on the 2 million, 4 million level. I predict, for those of you that want to have a guess, that this tournament will end on the 5 million, 10 million level. So work that out with the breaks. There will be a 45-minute dinner break as well. So do the maths and put your guesses in. How's Farrell going to play tens on the button against serial raiser Engel? He's just raised 2 hands in a row, ace nine of hearts, followed by king queen this time.
This could be interesting. I guess probably just an all-in by Niall.
No, definitely not the sort of player that's looking to ladder. I saw Engel make a call with king queen yesterday to an all-in, and it was a button raise. I'll explain that. It went cut off. He raised to 4.5 million with king queen.
Yep.
And it was an over bet re-raise all in for 38 million from his opponent on the button with king jack, and he thought for 5 minutes and decided to make the call with his king queen.
Yeah, there's no way he can call this one though.
I don't even love 45, but I do play that.
That's the difference today. Yesterday he was willing to gamble to get the chip lead, and it worked out for him. I mean, he really did think it through, decided that he was willing to take on a race.
Well, I guess he probably just thought that the guy was shoving probably, you know, some hands that he dominates, maybe suited connectors or something. But in this spot, I don't even, just trying to think of the worst hand he might shove there. Versus an under the gun raise, you know. So Niall chips up a little bit. Now he's over 20 bigs. I've played with him quite a bit online, and I know that in tournaments where we're often 20 to 30 big blinds, and he's certainly a talented short stack player. So if anyone can manage his way, it's him. Pocket tens again.
Yeah, with the and look at this.
Oh, wow.
Dotoy has kings. What a spot.
Now let's look at their stacks.
+1, +2. Shamas with tens.
Wow, this could be...
We had a situation like this before, and
Yep.
Bhutan just flatted with aces,
Yep.
hoping to get a squeeze behind. Let's see if Dotoy chooses to do the
This
same.
again might be a decent spot to flat kings. Let's see. 40, 80, 20. He's got about a little over 30 big blinds.
So the raise from Shamas was 10,000. 3-bet from Dotoy is to 25 million. Bhutan has got pocket nines. Tens, kings, nines.
Now where is he in chips? Okay. I I guess he folds. Now, it would have been interesting if he had flatted kings, if he would have shoved there or not, or I guess he could just call. Yeah, with his stack, it would just be a call.
Il y avait quoi quand même trop bêté, Angel? King 3.
Action back to Shamus. 15,000 to call, 44 million, 15 million to call, 44 million in the middle.
Now, this is an interesting spot.
Asking for a count. Shamus got 184. Bhutan 115.
It's a very tough spot.
Shamus elects to flat here. Bhutan knows he's got kings, but trying to rep ace king, checking which suit he's got. $59 million in the middle. Could check this back once to try and induce a bet on the turn from Shamas. But with that much in the middle, just as good to bet it.
I think he'll probably make a small bet, and tens might have to call once.
$24 million he bets. Well, he's obviously not likely to have been 3-betting with ace queen. Would flat check back a set of queens, so he is repping a hand that's better than tens. Jacks, kings, aces. Might take a stab on that flop with his jacks. Put Shamus on ace king because he just flatted pre.
Has there been any light 3-bets so far at this table?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, a few. Yeah, Shamus makes the right lay down. The story that Dotoy is telling is I have you beat pre-flop and I have you beat on the flop. Took a chance once just to see how Dotoy would play on the flop. Elected to believe that he didn't have ace-king and made a good fold.
Yep.
Waxman down to 47 million now. 12 bigs, just under.
Someone asked in the chat, how can you fold on the flop? And I think that it's just it's such a big percent of his stack, and he kind of has to decide, is he willing to, in a way, play stacks, or if he does call, he's putting, you know, he chips down quite a bit if he's just going to check fold many turns, and it's hard to, you know if...
Yeah, root phase.
Yeah.
Every fold can be attributed to ICM. Currently, Shamus is in 4th chip position, and 4th is worth 335,000.
Yeah. ICM is going to be a huge factor here. It's 80,000 for 9th?
8th.
Yeah, for 8th. Yeah,
yeah,
sorry.
80,000 for 8th.
8-handed FT. And 1 million for first. Pretty big difference.
Following the...
You'd have to have a lot of reasons to really think to kind of go with 10s there, I guess.
Booten, got a couple of fans out there. And he has done well so far. He was short stack starting this final table with 43.9 million. And now finds himself in 5th place with 124.
Oh, there we go.
So let's remind ourselves what they are playing for. 80,000 for 8th, 110 for 7th, so 30,000 jump. Once we lose a player, 150 for 6th, 233 for 5th, 335 for 4th, 450, 650, and $1 million title and trophy for the winner. I think 9 suited, the sort of hand that Engel would raise from under the gun, but not Booten. Farrell with ace-10.
With his stack size and those players behind him, it's and like we were talking about before, the ICM situation, it's he's going to be put in some tough spots maybe.
If Savard folds his queen out in the cutoff, there's a lot of hands that Engel can now raise with on the button. That is definitely one of them.
Yep, and with the chip lead, I don't think he's going to be folding his button very much. Oh, someone asked me, how was my million experience? Am I looking forward to the next one? I think that it was a really, really good event here. I think it's awesome, the phase qualifiers and all the satellites. It was a really good mix of players in the field. Personally, I played the main event. I think I made it to the end of day 2. It was really fun. And looking very forward to the next one, indeed. I think it's so fun, too, that you can rebuy so many times and that you have so many chances to win a seat. You know, you can play day 1A, day 1B, re-enter each day. Just sometimes you go to a live event, you play a tournament, you bust out once, and then you can't rebuy, and it's just over, and it's such disappointment. But in this one, it's, you know, the tournament kind of extends on. And I just found out that Party Poker is coming back to Playground in August, so surely it will be another big turnout.
Engel did pick it up with the pick the blinds and answers up with the king 3 of spades. This time he's in the cut-off with ace 8. It's folded round to him, so he'll have another stab. So he does indeed pick up another 9.2 million. So he's added 18.4 in the last 2 hands.
Drinks, anyone? No? Shots? You're down. I'm sure you're down here. What's your go-to shot?
Wheatgrass.
Irish car bomb?
I've done them before, but not go to them. I have a lot of Jaeger bombs. Yeah. They're like dry food because I think you're anything worse for you. But, you know.
I feel like throwing up just hearing the word Jaeger bomb.
I've been told I've had some good nights on Jaeger bombs. Don't remember.
But you don't remember
anything.
them, no.
Some poor mornings. I think is a good way to describe it.
Oh, he decides to open the 7-4 off. I guess he's
Well,
just gonna
just
try.
look at the blinds with their own chips. He got away with it from the button. He got away with it from the cut-off. Why not try the hijack?
Yeah. Does seem like everyone's playing really tight. Nobody's getting out of line so far from what I've seen. Might see a flop here. I think it's a decent hand to defend the big blind. What did he say?
Party poker Colette. Simon, I've seen the player party photos. I haven't seen them, Colette. I probably don't want to. So again,
And
Engel
just
picks
folds.
it. So that's another 9.2. It's close to 300 million now. 299.7.
Aaliyah in the chat. Hi.
Not this time.
Be a little out of line. Well, now let's see what he does. So he's sitting with 11 big blinds and hijack. I think it's probably a fold. Here, I'm the worst at RPS. That's the reporter for Poker News, Aaliyah, and me and her have had some rock, paper, scissors matches, but I think I'm up.
I think like 85 to start, maybe a little bit less. 80.
Toad throw on the button with ace-7 suited. Stack size 163. And on his left we have Bhutan and Farrell with 116 and 77. Farrell with Jack-10 off. It was the Jack-10 of diamonds that he lost most of his chips with against the ace-queen of Shamas.
I don't imagine he's folding. We might actually see a flop.
Okay, S7 of spades versus Neil Farrell's 10 jack off. Two pair. No help for Neil, and Philippe has flopped 2 pair. It's the end of that hand.
Like that's a remarkably frequent flop. from
Variance asks, am I going back to be in the bounty? I'm guessing he means the World Series of Poker bounty event this summer. And yes, I will be going back to try to defend my title. I'll probably go play a lot of World Series events this summer.
Did you get yours?
No.
Did we do one more?
But I think I put 4 in. Right? Can you check the pot? The innings?
Yeah, I did it.
Alright.
It felt like there was one too many. I don't know who we said it would be though. The big line, right?
Well, we haven't seen much of Savard for quite a while now, but he's under the gun with ace queen. See if he puts the standard raise in of 8.5.
2.3.
Sorry?
1 2 up and 1 up here. Thought I was
Oh, now he takes 4 million.
8.5.
Well, 3.9, I guess.
You could play.
It's true. I could just win.
Which he does.
Well, at least it's going to one of us. That's good.
Waxman with ace 9 on the big blind.
8.5?
Yeah.
His timing's going to be off here. If he decides to shove, he's definitely going to get called. More likely to see a flop. He is dominated.
Guess he decides to call. So he's the short stack here. He is now, if he check folds this flop, he'll have 9 big blinds. Hopefully an ace doesn't come for his sake. And
He's gone in front on the flop. Elects to check. Some players would actually move in here, second pair. 2 ways of playing his hand. If he was thinking about making that play pre-flop, he might playing it to check raise, but
yeah, it's tough versus an under the gun open. That's probably a pretty tight opening range, but I think he's gonna at least call, if not. Yep, so he makes the call.
leaving himself 31, 7.5 bigs, or just
now
under 8.
he's just under pot.
And now Savada's gone in front with his queen. But if he bets small again,
So it's an interesting spot because I feel like he'll probably just either put Waxman all in or decide to check.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he moves in.
Yeah, Waxman gets away from it.
He doesn't really beat anything anymore. So now he's in danger zone. 8 big blinds, and he'll be in the small blind. He looks a bit defeated, doesn't he? But you never know in a tournament like this.
It's horrible. How often do you make a final table where you have a chance to win $1 million?
Exactly.
And it all goes
Yeah.
wrong for you.
Yep, and now he came in with 115. Yeah. So he's not happy about the day, how the day has started, but I've seen many people come back before. You never know.
I don't have a card. There, but it is. There's one.
This deal maybe?
I'm assuming I think that's it.
Someone
I
took
haven't
one
looked
off
at
the
which one it is.
Cauliflower.
For sure.
It sounds like a misdeal, but you should, I don't know. I looked at mine, so I don't want to say anything.
Normally would be a misdeal if it's in the small and big blind.
No comment.
Yeah.
I knew it happened once that we used to hold that.
It was bound to happen, I think, at least once.
That's true. You are lucky to be on the final table through a field of 1,100
I
people.
read Racing Chiefs in hand just what it was called a misdeal there, I thought.
Engel, unless the graphics are wrong, was being dealt the same hand. Jack 3 off.
Oh, yeah. Maybe it's wrong. I don't think he would open Jack 3 off under the gun.
So don't forget, guys, tweet us your prediction for the tournament finish time with the hashtag PowerFest152, and the closest 3 will win an entry to the event, which has $1 million guaranteed on this Sunday's PowerFest tournament. Well, in actual fact, Engel's got a much better hand. 6 deuce of spades. Graphics catching up now. Bhutan 7-8 of diamonds. Farrell all in with his ace king. Done that for the 4th time today. Wow. Now is this a spot for Waxman? No. He would have loved to have played that hand, wouldn't
exactly.
he? If Farrell hadn't done that, he would have done it.
Same cards again?
What's that?
Niall chips up. Neil. Sorry, Neil or
Neil,
Niall?
Neil.
Neil.
Yeah.
Suited cards always get me in trouble.
Sorry.
Hand 41, and we've been playing for best part of 2 hours now. Still haven't lost a player.
Tricky spot. He has almost 12 big blinds. Might be an easier shove if he was last in chips, but with Waxman, with no, what is he down to? He's down to 7 big blinds. Oh, and he does decide to shove.
Right, is he going to be unlucky and walk into a big end? Dotoy folded pocket sixes.
Yeah.
Farrell will fold his ace deuce.
Oh.
He's shrugging there because
Yeah,
the previous hand he would have
yeah.
played the queen jack of diamonds. That hand he would have shoved if it had been folded round to him. Only angle to beat,
Oh.
and he folds as well. So correct timing there for Buzier with his pocket fours. He
Yeah.
got Dotoy to fold a better hand.
Yep.
So Waxman down to 7 bigs. Buzier now up to 14. Farrell just needs a double up, and he'll be up into the top 3.
Wow.
Yeah, it's such a frustrating feeling when you're short stacked and then you have spots that, you know, are very easy. You move in very easy if it folds to you, but they don't come up anymore. Oh,
Will
this
he
might
shove
be the
this
one.
time?
I think so.
I certainly would. 9, 10 of diamonds.
Me too.
28 million. Get it in. Just delaying it a little bit, trying to.
Yeah, I don't. Is
Make
he
it
going
look
to
a bit
fold?
bigger.
Because after making these facial expressions and shoving, it's, you know, he,
Yeah, there we go.
interesting.
Okay, let's see if he gets called. Savard with Jack 8.
400,000.
Now, Engel, it's 10% of his stack to call. He's got 282 million, but he'll fold 7-8, and Buzier is the second short stack, so obviously the best time for him to shove. Waxman is into Buzier's big blind,
Okay.
and he's folded his deuce 3, so he's increased his stack by 33%.
I wonder if he did that on purpose or not, kind of looking so upset about shoving all in to try to make it look stronger. I don't know, but
Watches. Party Poker Collect. Mr. Simon Trump has 2 big passions in life, poker and what's the other? I actually have 4.
what are they?
Poker,
Yep.
watches, cars, and women.
And what kind of watch do you have on right now?
Zenith. 18,
Okay.
18 karat Zenith.
Oh, wow.
670 limited edition.
Nice. How many watches do you own? Oh, we got pocket jacks.
I'm not allowed to win the ticket. I haven't given a time, Colette.
9 million.
Go toy with jacks here.
Simon.
No, not in that order. Colette, I haven't given a time. I've just given them when I think the event will finish, the actual level, not the time. So Shamas defends in the big blind with
So
queen
he
9.
doesn't make the call.
Flop is 10-3-3. We had a big hand between these two previously with tens and kings.
Okay.
There's a good one for you. Kristen, rank the 3 hottest male poker players.
No, thank you. There's a question, who is my favorite party poker ambassador pro? And, well, I'm pretty good friends with Natalia, so I'm going to pick her. She's the best.
Where do you normally play? It says you was always the nicest at Falls View. Is that?
Oh, I have played at Falls View quite a bit. I played I was an online player for a long time, and then in the last year I've been playing live poker a lot. But my parents live near Falls View, so I was there quite a bit. And I was just at WPT at Falls View in February.
Sean Deep. I agree with number 2.
Which,
as a good-looking player. I was asked that question once. Who did I think was the best-looking male poker player? And I said at the time, Patrick Antonis.
Yep.
We saw Boutons fold this hand earlier. Same position, actually. 8-9 suited under the gun. Because I made the comment that Engel would raise with it. Well, this time he's going to play it.
I think he could probably raise here.
Raised to 8,500,000.
Farrell and Waxman fold round to Savard with his 9-7.
Oh, hi, Natalia. She's here.
Is she?
Yep, she said hey.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
N4 TLB. Hi, Nat. How are you, darling? Why aren't you out here with us?
I know, that's what I told her. We all miss her here.
She's done commentary with me as well in Rosvadov.
Ah.
We did some high-stakes cash together.
Oh, I might have watched a bit of that, actually. With, who was that? Boris? Or was that a different one? Boris Becker
Yeah,
playing?
yeah, Boris Becker was playing. Yeah, he was picking up kings for fun. I think he had them 3 times.
Yeah.
Won every single one.
Yeah, he ran good in that, right? Yep.
Mike is correct there. It was at the WPT at Punta Cana that we had in November. We are having an event there again this year, by the way. So if you want to win a package, go on to Party Poker every Sunday. At the moment it's 5 packages. We'll be increasing to 10. And you can join me in Punta Cana at the Melia Resort. You get your $5,300 buy. It's US dollars, 5 million guarantee, 1 million for the winner, exactly the same as here. And you also get all inclusive for 2 plus 2,000 expenses. Savard opening with pocket 2s.
JBC says, will I be at the WSOP? I will be, yes. I'm going to go from the start and play, is it the Millionaire Maker, I think, is the first event, and up till the main. Oh, now here's an interesting spot with ace jack.
Shamas is, what's he, 147 million. Savard second chip leader. He's more likely to just flat here. That's what he's done. So, 2 little ducks, as we call it in England. Pocket 2s versus ace jack.
Oh boy.
Now we have a flop that is going to create huge action. Ace, deuce, three of hearts. Top pair with a flush draw for Shamus, set for Savard. How big is this pot going to be? Check back. Both players trapping. I wonder what Shamus put Savard on here. Not likely to have opened with fives. Check it anyway. Would check a flush and come out betting it. Probably not putting him on twos or threes.
It's going to be a pretty easy call for him to at least see a river with the heart draw.
He does just make the call. So we have a pot of 42 million now. You couldn't make it up, could you?
Pretty unlucky for JP. Wonder if either of them will try bluffing the other off the pot. If Shamus, if he had the king of hearts, it might be an interesting spot.
He's reaching deep.
Yeah, it looks like he might go for it. I mean, it's a spot where if you're just calling for a chop, you're risking, you know, quite a lot of chips. It's a tough call. And he could potentially check a lot of flushes on the flop. So he bets. So he overbet the pot,
It's
right?
a huge bet there.
Yep. I like that bet.
Funny thing, I actually saw Shamus do exactly the same against, I think it was against Engel, I can't remember. But yesterday, he did the same thing. Made a big bet on the river to try and take the pot down. Got it through. But there wasn't a straight on board. Well, we could discount sixes. So the only hand he's really representing here is a flopped flush.
Yep, exactly.
And he's got the blocker jack of hearts. So he would have to assume that he raised with king, queen of hearts.
Sure.
The ace is already on board. What else could he have? He's either got king, queen of hearts or nothing.
It's still hard to call for a split pot. And how much of his stack is he putting in?
40%.
Yep.
It's got 151 million.
Rejam. I just don't think people check back flushes on the button here. This spot too much. That's why JP can go ahead and put him in this tough spot. When you're at a final table like this and you get put in these spots, this is when it's a real test in poker, I think. Playing for a lot of money. He's been playing poker for, this is day 4 of the event?
Day 5.
Day 5.
No, he's folded. So fantastic bet there.
Yep.
By Savard on the river.
Yeah, I really like that river bet.
Did you show 5 or was that one of the cards?
That's one of the cards.
Okay.
Very impressive. Up to 255 million now. Came in with 243. He's actually only up 12 million on what he started with. Engel started with 252. He's on 281. Detoy's 182 from 142, so he's still 40 mil up. Shamus 131 from 168. Still to lose a player.
Push card or something on it right there.
I think we can predict what's going to happen here, even without commentary.
This?
Yeah, I can see it in the glare. It's like a mark.
Waxman has
He
35 million. Actually, he probably would just raise here.
But
I think he'll just go all in. He
You
has,
think so?
yeah,
9 bigs.
yeah.
There is a mark on the card. This is Waxman's saying there's a mark on the card.
Yeah.
They might call a misdeal here.
Oh, that would be funny.
While he hasn't. I don't think he's looked at his cards yet.
Okay, he did go all in. Yep.
Okay, so Waxman's all in with Ace King Hearts, 35 million. Savard finds King Jack of Clubs. Easy fold for Engel. What about Bouzier? Second lowest in chips. This is a
Ooh.
tough spot.
Yeah, it's gonna be. I think it's a fold. Should be.
Thank you.
Again, one of those spots where you wish you were the person raising, not having to call.
Exactly.
Appreciate it.
Like 35.
36 million?
So just Farrell to get through, and he's not calling with deuce 3.
Ooh, heart's no good. The best 2 hearts. The best 2 hearts in the deck. Bottom of my shop.
Bottom of my shelf range, he says. Ace King suited.
What was that card?
Maybe he'll get some confidence back picking up a pot. He looked so defeated for a while there.
Old strategy card.
Root Faith saying Twitch chat is mean. Well, it can be, but it's always easy to be an expert when you're just sat at home tapping away on your keyboard.
You were the big blind when you called.
It's a lot different when you're sat at this final table having battled through 1,168 players playing for $1 million.
Yeah, no kidding.
Should we play one more hand with the mic deck?
I'm okay with another
Our
card.
nose is the Jack of Clubs, so let's go. It's fair. We just quickly mark the other 51.
Or just take out no Jack of Clubs?
I think the floor's bringing in a fresh deck.
The Joker's the Jack.
Now the graphics could go a little bit haywire here.
That's normally what we do.
Yesterday when they changed the deck, the graphics went wrong for a while while it worked its way out.
I am new. This is my first time. Be nice.
Yeah, yeah, probably is actually.
Who is that? Do you know him?
No.
No, okay.
I might do actually, he's a moderator. He or she is a moderator, so I might know them. Yeah, Kristen's doing a great job. It's not easy to sit here and do analysis.
Oh, thanks, Jeff. Me and Jeff played together in, I think, maybe it was the bounty event that I actually took down at the World Series last year. We went deep in something together.
Any time we've seen Buzier pretty stuck over the line was with the pocket fours. Tough decision here for Dotoy. Second time he's had kings. This time he's got him in the cutoff. Currently third in chips with 182 million. Change gear here. He's elected to flat.
Oh.
And it might work for him. Let's see how Farrell's going to play ace-10 suited in the small blind.
Now he has 80 million now, so he has 20 big blinds from the cutoff. He might think about going all in, I think, but
No.
he's just going to call.
He has to wonder why on earth has Dotoy just flatted in that position.
Oh.
Doesn't make sense, does it? A flat in the cutoff.
Did I miss something?
With those stack sizes
he
behind
flatted
him. Yeah,
kings.
just flatted with kings.
Oh, I thought he raised kings. Sorry.
No. Waxman.
Well, I think what he's doing is Waxman's in the big blind with.
Yeah, he was
10
hoping.
big
He's hoping he was
blinds.
going to shove.
Exactly. And with, you know, the pay jumps and whatnot, he's really just trying to put himself in an opportunity to bust the short stack.
I'm sure Philippe will be cautious enough to realise that Farrell would just flat with an ace. Puts a minuscule bet out there, 4 million. We'll shut down as soon as one of them calls.
I kind of would have liked to see kings check back here, to be honest.
Obviously he knows that Farrell could be calling with second pair here, but why put any more chips in the pot unnecessarily? He does check it back.
Now is he going to go for some value? Yep, so he's going to go for a value bet. I like it. It's a tricky spot when he's limped in, trying to put him on a range of hands, but
12,500,000.
there's a lot of cases, you know, with kings, he's never going to go for a value bet with kings on the river, so you're hoping to get called by king, queen, queen, jack, maybe a worse ace, but although I don't think he would ever limp that. See, this is why I don't really like checking back with kings, or sorry, with betting kings on the flop, because now you've put yourself in a kind of ugly spot on the river. I don't think he has many bluffs here. He's blocking his bluffs with kings, so he just has to fold, and his c-bet kind of killed action by worse hands that maybe he could have got value from. He says shove, please. That would be interesting. Oh, is he thinking of calling or raising? I'm guessing it's a call. So he does make the call. Or a raise.
44.
Wow.
44 million.
Well, let's see how Neil works this one out.
Now Neil's in a tough spot.
Well, there's no hand that he can c-bet on that flop and then check the turn.
Well, he's
that
trying
he
to
isn't beating.
represent a king, like a king jack of hearts or king 10 of hearts. With the king of hearts, he's trying to represent a backdoor flush that would have checked back the turn. 10 jack of hearts, hands like that, and he's just kind of hoping that he can get Neil to fold one pair, two pair kind of hands.
Excuse me.
This is going to be a tough call. Watch. Not to mention now it's half his stack too. So now someone said they've played online a lot together. Do you know anything about that history?
No, I don't.
No. Okay.
All I know is that the first bet on the flop was only 4 million. So
Yeah.
not likely to be betting that flop with ace king. Would have probably checked ace queen. So any of the hands that hold an ace is not likely to only bet 4 million on the flop. So that's the first thing you need to think about. Second thing is, having been called, he then checks the turn. So what hand would you bet? C-bet the flop but check the turn?
Kings bet the flop, didn't they?
They do.
Yes. Okay.
And they check the turn.
Yes.
So
yeah.
he's made the assumption that he can't have him beat.
Yep. Oh,
Great
so
call.
he did. I love that call. Yep. Very good. Yeah, the king of hearts is a great hand to have, or a great card to have to try to rep the backdoor flush. But I mean, against a player like Neil too, I don't. He's very good at hand reading. I think he would have thought that he would continuation bet with his, royal flush draws, I guess they would be. Or no, not royal flush, but straight draw. Flush combinations.
I had 10-8 suited.
And, big change in the chip
It's a
positions
massive
there.
call.
Farrell up to 141 million. I don't think for the way the hand was played with the small c-bet on the flop and then a check on the turn, it didn't make sense.
When he limped, I was like,
he has the hand he has. He's
Also, with the kings limping in, I think
you saw the 9 deuce.
he might have thought that he's not likely to limp in with a hand like king jack of hearts or 10 jack of hearts. He probably thought he would just raise those hands. Great read. Very big call in this spot.
surely Bouzier is going to play this hand.
A lot of respect for players who can make good decisions in this situation. You've been playing for 5 days. You're probably a little tired. Adrenaline's high. You get put in a tough spot. I know for myself, I've made lots of mistakes.
Yes, he does. All in with his 12 bigs.
Yep.
Shamus folds queen 10. Well, Detoy's asking for a count. He has 129 million. It's going to be 40% of his stack to call.
Hmm.
47,900,000.
Very close. I think he's going to fold. Yep.
Hit my sucks. Hit my park says this is an easy call. It's an easy call when you can see the cards. It's not so easy
Exactly.
when you've got to put 40% of your stack in with players behind you.
Yeah, that's the problem too.
Interesting, it's just coincidentally, twice when he's done it, Detoy has had the better hand. When he had 4s, he had 6s.
Yeah.
And when he had king 10, he had
Yep.
ace jack.
What, you don't open them?
I agree, Dr. Spin.
What did he say?
Easy call in a $20 rebuy, something like that, but
Exactly.
not here.
Yeah, it's
Detoy's in 5th chip position, currently pays $233,000.
yeah. And he's dominated a lot there with ace jack still, so. I'm still impressed by that call on the river from Neil.
Well, nice spot for Savard. Second chip leader with 247 million. He's in the small blind with ace king.
Oh.
And on his left is our chip leader, Engel,
Oh.
with 275 million.
Tricky spot.
You cover me, right? I don't think they're likely to get over 500 million in the middle, so it's a bit of an unusual question. Be more entertaining if he had like 7-3 off and he was planning to make this move to ask that question, but so often players ask a question, how much to me, what is it, how many chips has he got, when they have a raising hand.
It's a tricky spot to be in with Ari on your left as chip leader and you're second in chips, and you definitely don't want to battle with him and lose a big pot versus him, but Ari knows when to apply pressure, so. Oh
Wow,
boy.
that's a big race.
No, we didn't see whole cards yet, I guess? No.
No, we can't see what Engel's
Okay.
got, which is frustrating.
Yeah, I mean, it's just such a tough spot to be in.
So now we can see Engel has ace-5 of diamonds.
Yeah. And with ICM considerations with these stacks, it's
maybe your haircut is gonna be worse now.
some tough spots to be in the last few hands here.
After the table, he just gets to do whatever he wants.
I said it was before.
Oh.
So I had to play the 5 one. The reverse one.
This is one of those heart-stopping moments where you're thinking, normally I would just shove here or 4 bet, but you know, he could have.
Exactly.
It does happen sometimes. You have these sick moments where you run into ace of kings on the big blind, but
Yep. And with all the ICM considerations, it's hard for him to be 3-bet calling off, you know, let's say a hand like pocket jacks or something. Yeah, so he decides just to shove. I like that. I think that Ari is probably going to have more 3-bet bluffs in his range there, actually.
We're all like,
so
he-
frustrating, isn't it? Engel maybe could have won a big pot there if he'd have just flatted and caught the
Yeah.
flop, but he's instead
it's a flip, you know, I have no favorite.
Yep.
he's now given Savard the chip lead, 291 million, 291 million
Oh, yeah.
for Savard. Engel down to 240. Farrell is up to 140, having been shortest stack at one point, believe it or not.
Yep.
Shamus on 129, Detoy on 129 as well, Bootin on 115, Bouzier 56, and Waxman still our short stack on just under 38. Delay is 30 minutes. Should be.
He was profitable there. Just forfeit.
Well, let's just deal out big pairs for fun. Why not? Jacks for Shamus.
I'm saying, like, as a joke.
Raise the 10 million.
I was ready to go out and do.
10 million.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Savard. Ace, king, followed by aces. 4th time we've seen aces today on this final table.
Second time he opened, you know, a good starting hand, and we'll probably get 3-bet or something. He had the 10s before versus kings. Now jacks, aces.
Yeah, in the hand against Detoy, he opened with 10s and got 3-bet by kings, flatted.
Yep.
Didn't lose any more. How aggressive is Mr. Savard going to be? Chip leader on the button, in position with aces.
Now it's interesting too because we do have one of the shorter stacks in the big blind as well, so it's always
Yeah, so he could have took the option just to flat here, couldn't he?
exactly. Yep. Try to trap.
For the Bouzier shove, but
Yep.
he has raised.
31,700,000.
Let's see, Bouzier folds. Only had 9-5.
Now what to do with jacks? I think it's going to be another call,
Breaks every single level.
suppose.
15 minutes and then. Or just do like a break halfway through the level. Like 1.5.
I see no reason why he would play the jacks any different to how he played the 10s.
Yeah.
In that one, he bet 10 million, got raised to 25, flatted 25. Flop come queen high.
Still, though, as we said, it's 21 million to call. Yeah. These denominations are so big they confuse me sometimes. Yeah. It's again, he's putting in a good part of his stack. Does he think JP's 3-betting light here much? In with 30 big blinds. Yep, all in.
I said all
and
in,
that's gonna
and
be
Savard is obviously
snap
going to call.
call.
This is the pot of the final table so far. Aces versus jacks. Is it Shamas's day to get lucky, or are we going to lose our first finalist?
What did you have last time? I should have waited to see if you win the hand.
Flop is King 10-3. No help so far. Well, it's picked up the straight draw on the turn. Obviously, 2 aces are gone, so 2 aces or 4 nines. Unfortunately, the jack doesn't do him any good. It completes the straight for Savard, and we are going to lose.
Well, he certainly did not
Shamas.
run good that final table. I think he played really well from what I've seen.
Wow, what a rush for Savard there.
Yep.
Ace King followed by aces.
Yep.
Takes him up to 429. He's got third of the chips in play now. Shamas very unlucky. When he had big hands, he ran into big hands.
Yeah, poker is cruel, that's for sure.
Took a spot there, didn't he? Decided to shove pre-flop. Ran into pocket rockets.
Yeah.
So he finishes 8th and wins 80,000. I'm sure he's going to be extremely disappointed, but he's done amazingly well to come 8th out of 1,168 players. We're down to 7. Next player out will receive $110,000. So that just gave Mr. Waxman and Mr. Bouzier a $30,000 increase based on the fact they are the 2 short stacks. I'm sure Mr. Waxman, with his 9 bigs, is delighted on that outcome.
That's not the what?
The ladder I was expecting.
Yeah, people are
The ladder.
Can we move now? Oh, yeah. Can we like scoot around a bit or something?
so unnecessary to jam.
I would love that.
It's a tough spot with 30 big blinds, and if you're raise folding jacks,
I knew Matt was about to.
it's
It's all about momentum as well, isn't it? He's just
Exactly.
he's just raised all in against the chip leader,
Yep.
and the very next hand, he's chip leader himself now, and he raised on the button. He doesn't have to have aces here.
correct.
Yeah, there's a lot of
yes.
hands he could have, and he could just be, you know,
Sure.
being like table
Yeah,
captain.
and jacks is a strong
So-
hand, and yeah,
I think that's probably what went through his head.
yeah.
There's a lot of hands that he can get him to fold.
So I'll give you this space for now if you want.
Unfortunately, he did have it. Booting, one of my favourite hands.
Me
pre-flop.
too, I like
Jack
that
10
one.
suited. I wonder if the table talk might
Oh, now did he fold
loosen up
though?
a bit here.
He did.
Well, that's a surprising fold, isn't it?
Kind of, actually, yeah.
We saw him fold 8-9 of hearts under the gun, then raise with
Yeah.
8-9 of spades, and then when he gets 10 jack of
Yeah.
spades, oh sorry, 8-9 of diamonds, doesn't want to raise.
28 big blinds or so. Yeah, I think I would open that.
So Savard with 429 million, are we going to see him open up and start dominating this table?
Are we allowed to move down and switch over?
So I wonder how Ari feels now to lose the chip lead, and by quite a big difference, actually. He's ahead by 200 million chips. Yep.
Yeah, man, what's your problem?
And removing Shamus has now given Engel a great position on this table. He's now left of Savard, who's the chip leader, and everybody else on his left is shorter. Nice flop, top 2, oh, top and bottom, 10-7. So, yeah, although it's a great position for Savard to be in, Engel is now in a great position as well.
Yep. Some incredibly good players left in this.
Right when he's about to take a massive flip.
It's going to be fun to watch how this goes
It's
down.
always a flip, Ari. You should know that by now. They're all flips.
You just got the guy in when you got the dream. Time to ask.
We all know there's just like some like omnipotent future being deciding who wins every hand. Like that's how it works.
Oh, is that how it works?
Yeah. That's why that's how I managed to win some stuff.
Yeah.
I think it's like anything to do with what we do. No, man.
So what'd you have, Jack?
Now, what's the next pay jump? Because I guess that's
110.
okay.
Everybody just made an extra 30,000.
Great.
Then it goes up
One.
another 40,000.
Another 40,000. So that's a big pay jump for the 2 short stacks. It's
We did?
gonna change your decision a lot. I think Ari's pretty aware that everyone's playing pretty straightforward right now, and he's making some loose opens.
Yeah, 160 it is for 6th.
Okay.
238 for 5th, 335. Well, too tight fold there from Booty with Jack 10 on the big blind, in my opinion.
Yeah, that is pretty tight, actually. And how much did he open pre-flop? 2.2 or so, I think. He made it 9,000, yeah.
So that would seem to imply at the moment that Bootin is laddering. A couple of plays that he's made, a couple of
Exactly.
folds pre-flop. Look at it, let's see what he's doing. Looking at the chip counts of the shorter stacks.
Yep.
He's working out. I've got 110. He's got 36. He's got 49. If one of them gets knocked out, I'm going to make another 50,000. Nothing wrong with that.
Nope.
We don't know how much he paid to get into the tournament. Possibly was one of the qualifiers, or
Yeah,
he
you
came in
never
from
know.
a 550 phase. He's already locked up 110,000. So if he can make another 50,000 just by sitting back for a couple of rounds.
Yep. Oh, he's got another hand.
Raised 8,500,000.
Oh boy. This is going to be interesting.
Yeah, just flat calls. As I saw him play 7s the same way
Yep.
earlier.
Oh.
Now,
wow.
Buzier. This is a good spot for you to shove. He's got 49 million.
Now this is a tough spot because you're still facing a second position open, which probably is still.
Well, he has gone all
he
in.
does go all in.
I think that's the correct play. I know a lot of players will be looking at this and thinking, well,
It's close.
I've still got a chance of laddering here.
It's close.
Look at this boot in behind with Ace King,
Oh wow.
and he's asked for a count.
Well, no, I think he'll probably reshove.
And if he reshoves, I would imagine Savard on Ingle will fold.
Or maybe he won't. Yeah, actually, I think he has to fold this, ICM wise.
Move is you spread the cards out.
Wow, look at these
Hands
spots.
are sweaty. And then you just put them on top of the cards like that for like a good 5 seconds.
Bootin on 108 million. Obviously, it would be an easy call for Savard against Bouzier's stack. Not so easy against Bootin. Cost him a quarter of his stack.
Yeah. There's going to be a lot of tough spots here. Wow.
This variance just made a point there. Look, Waxman going to get 2 pay jumps.
Yeah, it's.
He's already made 30,000 from his 9 bigs.
I don't envy these decisions that these players have had to make in the last orbit or two. Some really tough spots.
Well, Bootin knows that he doesn't have to have found like a top 3 hand to shove.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Oh,
I think
he does
it's the
reshove.
correct play. I think it's the correct play because he knows he doesn't have to have found that size of a hand.
Yeah.
His short stack and his position means that he is likely to be able to
Yeah.
imply he's got a decent hand, but it doesn't have to be aces or kings.
Whew. I think the tens has to fold here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
He's got to figure that one of them's got him
Sevens.
beat, and at
Yeah.
best it's a race.
We're going to see
for
ace
sure.
king versus ace jack.
Engel will fold quickly as well. So it's
Yep.
ace jack versus ace king.
I can't call.
3 over cards to the 10s and the 7s. One of them's likely to hit.
Will he hit a jack to stay alive?
Waxman praying that the ace king stands up. Will increase his payday to 160. Here comes the flop.
Oh, he's got spades. Straight draw, backdoor straights. Oh,
He's caught the jack on the turn. Booting needs a 10 or a king.
no.
And no help on the rivers.
Wow.
So the ace jack, the timing has paid off for him. I think Bootin made the right play as well. Both Savard and Engel would have lost with their 10s and 7s respectively. 7s would never have got involved, of course, but the Savard saved chips there by Bootin's all-in play. Waxman feeling a bit sick, wishing the jack hadn't turned. And Buzier goes up to 122 million now off that hand. It looks like it was the last
I didn't realize
hand.
that he had him covered.
Oh yeah. Of course you can.
Oh, wow.
I'm surprised he even thought about it.
Okay, so I guess we're going on another break, are we? Yep.
So he just busted in?
No, no, no.
Oh, no.
No one's busted.
Oh, okay, that's what I thought. I
Yeah.
was
No, he
confused
doubled
for a
up.
second. Great.
Okay, guys, well, we've only lost one player so far. Waxman down 2, who's let us 9 bigs before this break. Big chip leader now is Savard. Come back in 22 minutes, join the action back here at the North America Party Poker Million. See you soon. Thanks, Kristin, for joining me.
Thank you. See you guys.
500 million. Yeah.
That's 90 plus 15, 105, 115.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! That one grew big.
121.5.
Shipped over.
Dude, I swear he was just counting nine of those 500,000.
Why do you bet against Harry? This guy ever lose, man?
Buddy,
Okay, welcome back to this final table.
You're not
North
getting
America
six, but
Party Poker Million,
you were 100%
$1 million
sure
for the winner. We're on hand 55. Savard is your big chip leader, having won that big pot a few hands ago with the aces versus jacks. Shamus, 419 million. Engels on 250, Farrell's 131. Good comeback from him. Bouzier 121, having just doubled up.
I only have hundreds, sorry.
Dotoy on 116, Boutin on 60, Waxman still our short stack on 31 million. The blinds are now 2.5, 5, so he only has 6 big blinds, 500,000 ante. And I'm joined in the commentary box by the legendary Mike Sexton. Hello, Mike.
Hello, Simon. Glad to be back with you.
I got 80.
Canadian, Ari. Canadian.
Glad to be back, Simon.
Been watching some of this, yes? Been quite
Yeah,
excited.
I've been out in the casino watching it all, and fascinating play. Really some terrific play, and really good players at this final table. As you said, Matt Waxman, WPT champion, the lone American left. But he only has 6 big blinds. He's in the big blind now, so he's going to have to get it in about on any 2 cards here, I think, at this stage of the tournament. But he said he wins his titles in French-speaking cities. He won the WPT event in Paris back in 2011 for $721,000. Shot to win $1 million here tonight in Montreal, but got a lot of work to do.
Now I sound like quite the asshole. So.
I swear I was betting Canadian, but go ahead.
He's paying off a side bet right now.
Neil very kind of in there to apologise to some of the players at the table. Unfortunately, as you know, they're all mic'd up, and he did have a few choice words to say after a pot earlier on when
well, I
he
couldn't hear
lost.
the sound in the casino, so I don't know what was going on there, but some interesting table talk, eh? It happens. Well, that's a lineup of death row right there. 4 players in a row, starting with Neil Farrell. Going around the corner, Matt Waxman. I've really been impressed with Savard. And then, obviously, we know Neil Farrell. Extremely aggressive player. He's the pride of Scotland, I suppose, here in this tournament, eh?
Yeah.
Quite a player. He won the WPT in Punta Cana last November as well, so he likes party poker events.
So Dotoy opened the first hand back after this break. Won that hand. Is he going to win 2 in a row?
I say yes, he is.
Waxman down to 28 million now. Surely won't be too long before his chips go in. Next player out receives 110,000 Canadian dollars, 160, then 238, 335, 450, 650, and the one that all 7 of them would love to go home with, $1 million.
Yeah, the pay jump's substantial now at every spot, so be interesting to see if the play speeds up or if they put it neutral. I've been pretty conservative so far. I've been playing a long time today, over 4 hours. And at these blind levels, to just lose 1 player, I think is pretty incredible, honestly.
Yeah, I expect it to take another 4 levels. I'm structured it to finish round about the 5 million, 10 million mark.
And I predict higher.
Two suited connectors folded in a row. Boot in with ace jack.
You have 28.
Now this is the guy that took the bad beat. We had the ace king against the ace jack, and it come 3 blanks and a jack on the turn. Cost him about 40 or 50 million. I saw that out there.
Well, he did start today with only 43 million, and even after doing that hand, he still has 59 million. He was up to 120 something.
I'm all in.
Well, he's going all in with the ace-jack. There's the hand that punished him earlier.
Savard not likely to be playing ace-6 out of position, with Engel behind him, obviously.
58, is it?
It's 59.5.
Second time we've seen Engel lay down king-queen today.
It's just a bit too much to put in, I think, in this stage. You just hate to put your money in. Your opponent has ace-king or ace-queen in this spot.
It was the key hand for him yesterday. King-queen versus king-jack won him the chip lead coming into today. Made a very, very good call pre-flop.
Well, he's the man I predicted as the guy to beat here at this final table. Just a phenomenal player, but you know, we have some guys that will make a lot of plays at this table for sure. Whether they make them tonight or not when they're playing for this million, I don't know, but throughout the tournament, Neil Farrell, Ari Engel, they tell me, Savard, these guys are really action players.
Don't forget, tweet us your prediction for the tournament finish time with hashtag PowerFizz152. The closest three will win a 215 seat for the $1 million guaranteed tournament on Sunday.
You know, Neil Farrell, you know, he played day one of this tournament. He started with $1 million. He built it up to 4.2 million in chips. Had to be like the chip leader of the tournament, one of them, and went out before the day was over. Had to start over again on day 1P, and here he is at the final table. But it just shows you the ups and downs that his chip stacks take. It's like you in your prime, you know, back when you were young. You know? You never had one of those graphs that just went steady along the line, you know?
No.
You were an up and down guy. Well, back-to-back king-queens for Engel here. But the last time it was a 58 million all-in bet to him.
She left like it. I just saw her in the corner monitor.
You know, I see aggressive players make this play all the time with king-queens like this. They love to 3-bet, 4-bet with them. Now Engel's gone all in over the top.
Yeah.
And takes down the pot.
Absolutely fearless.
And when a guy does that in this situation for these kind of money in the jumps, it tells me he's not worried about the pay jumps. He's going for the trophy. He's going for the gold. He's going for the whole mill. Nobody does that if they're trying to move up a pay spot.
No. Especially not when they're second in chips at this point. PowerFest has 20 million of guarantees. The final tournament will be a 25,000 super high roller with 2 million guaranteed. The winner gets to elect the charity of his choice for the reg fees to go to, and if we get over 100 runners, Party Poker will add $50,000. Of course, the way that Dotoy would play this hand, completely different to Engel, who's second chip leader, with 263. Dotoy has 125. He's never going to be playing this hand aggressively at the big blind against the chip leader, especially when you have Waxman with just 26 million.
Yep. And if Savard makes a continuation bet here, he's going to win this pot. Checks. And Now he's going to win the pot because he outdrew his opponent, possibly. He's got bottom pair.
Variance 13. If someone busts before Waxman, I'll close the stream.
Huh. Well, that's the whole thing. When you've got more chips than your opponent, you can put extreme pressure on them right now because they're not going to want to get involved when Waxman's sitting on about 5 blinds.
And a 50,000 pay jump for the remaining 6.
That's why I was shocked Savard didn't bet the flop there just for that reason. There goes check, check. I'm guessing it's going to go check, check again. How do you pronounce his name? Dotul?
We've been told it's Dotoy.
Dotoy. Well, if somehow he'd bet some chips here, good chance he'd win this pot. And he's going to check. He's hoping his opponent's got a weaker ace or a king 10 where he could check it down and win the pot, but he can't win now no matter what happens. His opponent checks or bets.
Savard, our chip leader, getting lucky there on the turn with his 5 kicker. Pulling away from the field. Next closest is Engel, who's 163,000 behind.
163 million.
Million, yes. You're quite correct. Yeah. Just millions, yes.
Well, Waxman's got to do something here. He just can't even wait to the blinds, you know. You're getting such better odds. You have to put your money in. It really doesn't matter what you have. He's got a 7-11. Lucky numbers. I'd just ship it here, wouldn't you, with 5 blinds?
I'll just do it under the gun.
Wow.
I always think it looks stronger if you do it under the gun.
You look more desperate to me if you do it under the gun with 5 big blinds.
Engel doesn't need a hand. Well, this will show Bouzier's heart here. He knows what Engel's up to with Waxman so short.
But with 50,000 at stake here, if one guy goes out, which is going to be in the next 2 hands, most likely, do you really want to gamble with ace-4 here? Even though you know that Engel's probably at it. Sometimes when you know it, you just let him take it anyway. In case he had ace-10 or something like that, you'd just be sick to yourself that you got involved with this pot when you could have folded, moved up and pay, and who knows what would happen.
Fair play to Bouzier. He's raised it up to 30 million.
I like it. I like the guy already.
Engel lays it
He's
down.
from Quebec, Canada. The biggest cash in his life is 14,000.
Wow.
So to make a move like that when $1 million's on the line and all these pay jumps, pretty good stuff. He's only got 72,000 in career earnings. There's Bouzier's. But that total is going to jump substantially tonight, wherever he finishes.
So, Mr. Waxman, have you got a hand? Yes, he has. Ace-Queen under the gun. His patience has been rewarded.
Yeah.
His stack will be going over that line. How many callers, or will there be a razor to isolate? Let's see what happens.
All in.
Wow. Surprised he didn't play ace high there in that spot. I know you got to give the guy credit because he's been very patient, but still. Well, Neil's in the big blind. It's only going to cost him a little over another big blind to call, so he's definitely going to call.
Yeah. He's got a hand that could crack ace queen. 6, 7 of spades versus ace queen. Waxman needs to survive here, or we are down to 6.
Now Waxman's tournament life on the line. Good flop for him, king 5-2. In red cards.
Oh,
horrible turn card. 7's come off. Matt must now catch an ace or queen on the river, obviously, to stay alive in this tournament. Doesn't do it as the 10 comes off. So the lone American left stands up, shakes hands, and says goodbye. The Millie dream for today, over. Out in 7th place.
And that leaves us with 6. Now the minimum payout, $160,000. Everybody just earned an extra 50,000. Next pay jump is to 238, and then 335, 450, 650, and 1 million.
Well, just tough luck for Matt there. Showed great patience, finally picked up a hand, then get outdrawn to hit the rail.
Can't be awful,
But that's the problem when you get down short stacked. Big blinds with chips call you. Doesn't matter what they have. And then they can outdraw you. If he'd had more chips, he could have bet the flop there, obviously, and would have won that pot instead of lost it. But can't fault the way he played. Just got unlucky to get knocked out. We're down to 6.
Butin must be loving life. Came in with the shortest stack today. He's already guaranteed himself 160,000 payday. Savard with ace queen this time. Got a walk by the looks of it. That's the first walk we've seen at the final table.
I saw him play a hand earlier from the casino. We couldn't hear any of the commentary, of course. But he had 2 deuces. Flop come ace deuce 3.
Yeah, all hearts.
All hearts, and one guy had top pair with a flush draw, ace jack with a jack of hearts. He had 3 deuces. They both checked on the flop. They both checked on the turn, and now we bet 90 million on the river when the 5 came off. Yeah, where it would have been chopped, obviously. So pretty savvy play by him to pick up the pot that way. When you're playing the board, anytime you're playing the board and can win the pot by yourself, you did something right.
Blinds 2.5 million, 5 million, 500,000 ante.
I'd move all in if I was him.
10.5 million in the middle. Butin short stack with 60 million, 12 bigs. Totally agree. That is the play, and he has made the play. Won't be getting called by Neil Farrell here. Jack 5. What about Savard? Ace 8 marginal.
It's just too much. 60 million. I don't see him putting it in. Even though he can afford it, just a very, very slim chance you'll have the best hand here. And even if you have the best hand, it won't be the best hand by much, what they say it offsuit. Just can't see any chance him playing here.
You have like 280, 275?
He's asking Engel how much he's got. And see, well, not worried about the all-in guy, but worried about the guy that's got more, half as many chips as him.
one of the best hands I'm holding there.
Yeah.
Close. Good for you or bad for you? We'll see.
This time, probably good, good for you.
You sure?
Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure. Good for
Yes.
Yeah.
If he had jacks or better, he'd have been in there. I agree with that.
So this is effectively a 6 max now. Be interesting to see if some of them are more aggressive players loosen up a little bit now that we're into the top 6.
Well, you know you're getting a nice payday. Now, I know pay jumps are substantial, but
Look at this Bootin. Had tens to hand before, now he's got jacks. Dotoy's raised to 11 million under the gun. I'm guessing that it's the same play again, Mike.
I'd go all in over the top here with just 70 million for sure. He's got you beat, he's got you beat, but
All in.
Yep.
you know, it's just pretty ABC play, I would think, at this stage with his stack size.
Not a quick fold from Dotoy. He's asking for a count.
Well, these are the two shortest stacks in the tournament. Well, when you're sitting in his seat now, you're saying, well, he could have ace queen suited or ace king. You have to hope you're in a race, and you got to hope to win it. So that's hoping for a lot. It's borderline here, Simon. What do you do?
I wouldn't want to race half my stack at this point. 78,000 pay jump.
Well, you're going to be the guy in the short stack almost, even if he wins this pot. So you have to play something. Do you go with the snowmen? That's the question. As I said, first you have to hope to be in a race, and you have to hope to win it. It's a lot of hoping.
Dotoy has 110 million. He's going to make the fold. As you can see, if he was to double up, he'd be in third chip position. So, although he's second shortest stack, I think you can find a better spot when Bootin, who has been pretty much the tightest player on the table, 3 bets.
So good lay down there. By Dotoy, that's how you pronounce his name.
And unless someone tells us different, but no one has. Someone on the chat told us that that's how it's pronounced, Dotoy.
Okay. We blame the chat if it's mispronounced, and we apologize.
Oh, Neil Farrell with ace jack of diamonds here. It's costing 10.5 million a round. Savard could effectively blind into the top 3 and then go for the win if he wanted to with his stack size. Because we will lose another 3 players in, I reckon, this level and the next level.
But as conservative as those short stacks are playing, he could also pick up substantial money in blinds and antes by stealing a lot of pots.
Are you going after this?
So it's the borderline decision. You try to increase your stack even more, or you just go to the conservative route, put it in neutral, give yourself a chance to play for the title and lock up at least 450. And strategically, that's probably the right play. It's what I would do, but I know the young guys, some of them think I'm a little on the tight side, so.
10.5. That's one way to view it.
And compared to the young guys, I can't argue with them.
Savard has opened here with ace deuce. Engel fancies a 3-bet here.
Well, we see he loved to 3-bet with king queens, ace 5s. Here's an ace 6.
You're thinking about Savard's bet his raise through Engel looks stronger, but Engel's re-raise against the chip leader looks even stronger. So I like the play by both of these players.
Well, Engel's not afraid to play against chip leaders, short stacks, doesn't matter.
Now,
This
what does
guy's a
Bouzier
player.
want to do with ace-queen?
I'm guessing he's going to muck it. Raise and re-raise in front of him, the two chip leaders in front of him. I mean, you might have the best hand, but these guys both capable of outplaying you as well after the flop, so. Wow. All in?
Yeah, because if he thinks that Engel is making a play against Savard, that's a hand he can discount.
That's very
He's
sad.
only got one player to beat.
Just a terrific play by this guy, in my
It's two
opinion.
terrific plays we've seen. Did the same, didn't he? Did a
I mean, the
a
four
raise
bet
against
all
Engel.
in for this kind of money with these kind of pay raises with ace queen offsuit in that spot, that is really playing the game. Terrific play.
You sure you've looked up the right player's results?
Huh?
He's not playing like a guy that's only won that much.
Boy, oh boy.
That was a great play.
It sure was. Guy's showing me a lot of heart. Bouziers, that's how you pronounce it? That was really well done. That was impressive. It's impressive because he did it against the chip leaders. To four bet your stack with ace queen offsuit against those guys because he's watched them. He knows they play. He knows he three bets light. It's paying attention, but you still have to be able to pull the trigger in battle. It's easier said than done, I can assure you.
As you can see this time, Engel with ace-7 didn't raise.
Well, Farrell's a defender, but
not with king deuce.
Not even him's going to defend there in that spot. So these are the 6 remaining. How many players we have total? 1,100?
Yeah, 1168.
1168.
The threes have moved across one spot to Engel.
The raise will be about the same, though. Well, Bouton's on the short stack here with 2 9s. Against an aggressive player. I think you just ship it here, don't you?
It's not had a bad 7 or 8 hands, is he? 10s, jacks, and now 9s.
Very surprised if he doesn't move all in here.
One more look before announcing all in.
Engel saying to himself, don't do it. Don't pull the trigger, please. Yeah, he did it. He just wants so bad for the guy to throw his hand away in that spot when you have 2 little 3s. You know he's going to move in on you. You just can't call with a small pair in that spot for another 80 million.
Dynamics of this table changing quite dramatically with these all-in steals and re-raises and whatever. The shortest stack is now to toy with 100 million, 20 bigs. Previously the short stacks have been a lot lower.
Not even a chew anymore.
Trends off the tracks.
Engel below 200 million. Savard has more than double
They all leave or they're just
the second stack.
they can't see anything from their house. So.
Even with the great pros at this table, this Bouziers, he's impressed me probably the most at this table that I've seen so far. for a guy with far and away the least experience in this kind of championship tournament format. But he is going for it. And Farrell will be going for it here. We're seeing a lot of pairs here at this table since I've sat down. I mean, you're only supposed to get a pair on average of once every 17 deals, but it seems like one or two guys have pairs every hand here.
I believe I started with 145-ish.
Pulled the trigger before with King Queen against Neil Farrar. Good job he didn't do it this time.
And it's come King A3, so Engel flopped some of that bottom pair. Farrell's still out in front with the 2 9s, but even with 9s, if you get check raised here, it's very, very tough to continue. And Neil does bet. Bet 9 million. Not a big bet. And Ari's going to make the call. So we're going to the turn. Well, the jack comes off.
Probably check now.
Yeah, I can see that happening.
8 Deuce says, for your information, Buziaz is playing online, has almost 200,000 in US dollar profits.
Okay. It does go check, check. And a 9 comes off. Neil feeling pretty good about that card, even though he doesn't need it. But he will make a wager on the river here for sure. He's just trying to sort out how much he can bet and get paid off with.
How much would you bet? 46 million in the middle. I'd bet 14.
Yeah. I think 12 to 15 will be the bet size he'll choose. Of course, he could bet the big amount. You know, he could bet 35 million or so, where it looks like he's bluffing with ace 10 or ace queen, just to get his opponent off 2 8s if he flopped him.
27 million.
Looks like he's took that route.
So he's bet 27 million, more than twice what you thought he would bet, to make it look more like a bluff. And Engel knows this guy's so capable of bluffing here with no hand on the river. He would just check down any middle pair in this spot. Ari figured it out. Let the 2 3s go.
That's where the train went. It's in my station now.
Oh. Razor station. Was it only if you won or if you FT'd?
I believe it was about FT, but I wasn't. I thought it was just for Barcelona. So like, but
Surprise.
Pascal has bought a set of hair razors and is standing in the crowd. So,
On a scale of 1 to 10, how amazing is Simon? Simon is 11 on a scale of 10. That's how amazing he is.
slightly less permanent.
Simon and I go back over 20 years. We were playing pot limit Omaha back in the old days at the Vic.
Yeah, we were, weren't we? Eat my Parker. Is 9-5-4-3 double suited a good PLO hand?
Well, what is it?
Did I play that in the 10K final? Wouldn't surprise me. I was playing a bit loose there.
Yeah, you were going for it for sure.
Yeah, it was,
you had a good result. You finished 4th, I believe, in the 10K World Series of Poker Omaha tournament, but I do think you had throttled forward a little bit too much.
I agree.
Savard has outflopped him here. I don't see any reason Boussiers would continue with his hand, even if you think the guy's up to something. He gives it up.
Let's try again, Phil. A bit better. You always have pass, so you deflect. You know? 5.
Now 2 shorter short stacks, 3 middle-ish stacks, and 1 giant stack here.
Blackout General, good luck in the Senior Citizens WSOP event this year.
Yeah.
Hey.
I've played the seniors once when I was 51. Came 100 and something, 143rd, I think.
I played when I was either 50 or 51, came 2nd.
Did you really?
I sure did.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
Farrells with 8. Bootin folded 6-7 of spades.
And the flop came 7-6-4 in the final hand. And I had 7s and 6s, and my opponent had the 8-5 of spade.
Oh, great.
And that was the end of it.
It's a cooler, isn't it?
But I was jinxed by Oklahoma Johnny Hale, though, I must say. Because he was running the seniors tournaments back in those days. This was 1999.
Hold on, how many runners were there?
And there was a lot of runners. Nothing like today, but there was a lot. But now, Oklahoma Johnny got tired. So instead of sitting there waiting for the trophy presentation and all, he said, stop. He stopped the dealer. And he made us both take pictures with the trophies and all this stuff, you know. So I was acting like I was winning so he could go home to bed. And then we played on and I lost. But I have winner's trophy pictures, even though I didn't win.
Yeah, I remember he took his seniors event to Paris as well, didn't he? I remember he was there with his daughter.
Yeah, he's trying to put seniors events everywhere.
Yeah. And I think they allowed over 45s to play so that Bruno could play.
Yeah, one of my favorite poker stories is when all the big players back in 1985 were cruising over on the QE2 to England for a week. They were staying there in a nice hotel for a week, going to Wimbledon every day, flying back on the Concorde. And the trip package was like $14,000. And Eric Drake was the tournament director at the World Series, and he held a satellite event where you could win a package to go to this tournament. And I had no money back then, of course, but all the big players were going. Chip Reeves, Amarillo Slim, Telly Savalas, all these people were going on this trip. Doyle, everybody was going. I was dying to go. And it came down heads up in the satellite to me and Johnny Hale. And he'd raised, and I moved all in with the ace-7 of clubs, and he called me with ace-jack. I spiked a 7. I won the trip, and to this day, it's the greatest vacation of my life. It was fantastic.
Sounds cool. Was that your first time on Concord?
So, and Oklahoma Johnny was one of the richest guys in Oklahoma, so but he didn't go because he didn't win the satellite. But I couldn't have got across the street if I had not won it. So, so what was your question?
Was that your first time on Concord?
It was. It was.
It was pretty cool, wasn't it?
It was. It was very cool.
That's one of the things that I'm most pleased in my life that I did.
Absolutely. It was a tremendous. You go up in space. It's dark outside, and they just serve wine. And for the whole trip that you go, you're drinking wine and eating a meal. It's just lavish. Coming back on the Concorde, Bob Stupek and Perry. I don't know if you remember him. He finished second to Stu Unger in the 1981 World Series of Poker. Perry Green. He was from Alaska, a big player.
Yeah, I know Perry.
So anyway, Stupek and them are playing heads-up poker on the way back. They're sitting right across the aisle from me. Now I get back 2 days later in the headlines of the Las Vegas paper. Bob Stupek plays the highest poker game in the world. because he was playing on the Concord. Uh-oh.
Look at this for a turn card. Booting called pre-flop in the big blind with ace deuce. Flopped a pair and a gut shot, and he's turned trip twos. Interestingly enough, Bouzier for the Engel had raised twice. Bouzier this time on the button chose not to raise Engel, just flatted with his king jack of clubs, whereas twice before he raised.
Well, now he's got a flush draw. So let's see what's going to happen here, but not sure you move in with his hand, do you? Might want to just bet about 15, 20 million.
Yeah, he's got 90 million, the pot's 40.
Probably will move in though, but might want to make a bet where somebody might call you with something.
I'd bet about 25. I was wrong before.
And I said 20.
Should we agree to split that one?
Okay.
23 million.
Now the question is, do you play for the flush here? Usually you hate to draw the flushes when there's pairs on the board because nothing is a sicker feeling than if you hit the hand and you were drawing dead. But he is going to gamble with it. Must make the flush to win. King or a jack won't do it for him. Just get him in bigger trouble. Now you're going to.
He's got 67 million, 86 million in the middle.
Going to move all in here for sure. With the 86 million out there, but whatever he bets is going to win the pot for him. Because you got called on the turn, you're probably going to bet on the river here. Unless you want to give your opponent a chance to bluff his money off. Might not be a bad play, Simon. He chose the all-in route, and that's going to end the pot. So Booten catching some hands here since he's been short stacked. As you said, he had jacks, tens, nines.
Yeah.
Now he makes three deuces here.
He is now.
And he got lucky to get involved in that pot. I mean, he was lucky it wasn't three bet in front of him where he'd have been shut out.
And there we see he's up to 153.5 million, Mike. He started with 43.9.
He's sitting in fourth chip position right now. And you know he's not going to give anything away. He might get beat, but you're going to beat a hand if you beat him, that's for sure.
Engel came to the table chip leader with 252 million. He is currently on 159. Farrell now second chip leader.
Some players would play that 7-5 of diamonds, but Booten's not going to play it for sure.
That's just 3 calls. You got 170 in the start of the thing. Thank you.
Interesting reverse situation here, isn't it? That time that when Farrell raised and Engel went all in with a king-queen. Situation's reversed. Farrell's now second chip leader.
Let me tell you, I love to see pots between Farrell and Ari Engel because these guys have imagination deluxe. They can raise on anything. They can have anything. They're not afraid to play. Just fun guys on and off the table. Now what do you do with bottom pair? Farrell's capable of anything. He could call, he could raise, he could fold. He's not the kind that likes to fold, so you can pretty much eliminate that. And he makes the call. And that should slow Engel down, and especially he's not going to like seeing that card, because any kind of straight draw, he's now beat, regardless what he had. So, as it is, all he can beat right now is a busted flush draw in spades. And he can still beat that hand. So this could well again go check, check.
Yeah.
And it does go check, check, and 2 4s are going to win this pot. And Engel saying to himself, why didn't I fire one more shell here on the turn, which couldn't have been called by bottom pair. And as a poker player, that's what you say to yourself, isn't it, Simon? Damn, why didn't I bet the turn there?
While we're changing dealer, we started with 8 players on this final table. We're down to the final 6. Jean-Pascal Savard's. He started with 243 million. He's up to 430. Neil Farrell started with 69 million. He's now in second place with 210. Boutin started with 43.9, and he is up to 150. So both of those players tripled up. Engel started with 252 million, down 134. Bouzier started with 108. He's up at 125, and Dotoy is down to 90 million from starting stack of 142 million. Next player out receives $160,000. Fifth will be $238,000. Fourth, $335,000. Third, $450,000. The runner-up gets $650,000, and the winner gets $1 million. 18 big blinds for Dotoy with his ace-10.
Do you ship it here? Do you have too much to ship it? What do you think?
I'll just raise, make it 11. Still have 79
And then when you
behind.
get 3-bet, what do you do with it?
Depends who 3-bets me.
If Boutin 3-bets
you, Boutin 3-bets me, I muck him instantly. He's gone all in.
Yep. I think that's what I would have done too.
Gets rid of Boutin and Farrell and Savard. Look, they all had absolute rubbish. Either way would have got through.
But you just, those guys are defenders. So if you let them take a flop, you know, what do you do now with ace-10 when you miss the flop, what you're likely to do? You have to make a C-bet, and then you go for your stack. I think you're better off with those big stacks in that situation. Who are in the blinds, just go ahead and move in like he did. But you, of course, Simon, thinking you can outplay everybody after the flop, would prefer just to make a smaller raise, and then go from there against those 2 Sharpies.
Well, I used to play like Farrell and Engel, but everybody thought I was nuts.
All right, let's see what Bouzier does here with King-Jack of diamonds. He is going to raise it, and he will get respect with his raise, just as Boutin does with his. I wouldn't be surprised to see Boutin just give this up.
Give it up or set mine. Which is it to be? Give it up. Well, Farrell won't be giving it up on the button. Pocket 10s. He is second chip leader with 206 million. He's going to ask for a count. Bouzier has 113 million.
Yep, and Farrell is a 3-bet wizard, as we know. Now, is this hand too good to 3-bet with? Sounds crazy, but He 3-bets with marginal hands. Let's see what he does with good hands. Especially against a guy that doesn't play many pots.
I don't think he can flat here and allow Savard and Engel to come in cheap.
I'm guessing he 3-bets also, but I would bet that on any 2 cards that he was holding in this spot if he was going to play. I played with Neil a time or two, and when he's sitting on your left, I'm telling you, he is a thorn in your side.
Here comes the decision, and the decision is to flat call.
And he does just call with the 2 10s. Now, that's respect for the player who gave the original raise, I can assure you. Just going to wait and see if any big cards come on the flop and proceed from there.
Yeah, Savard glances across at Engel and says, I'll leave you guys to fight it out.
He hasn't said that yet. He could squeeze in this spot, but opts not to.
No. And if he hits either of his cards, he has no idea where he is. King Jack versus 10s. Flop comes King 9-3.
This could spell trouble for Farrell here. He suspects his opponent's making just a standard continuation bet. He may call him with these 2 10s. This is the problem you have when you don't re-raise with 2 10s. When an overcard comes out there and the guy keeps betting, what do you do? Now, if you don't think this guy would c-bet unless he hits a flop, it's pretty easy to muck the 10s, but of course, he could check the kings. Then Farrell would probably bet the 2 10s, where he would make some money with it, but I just can't see giving a free card here. Suppose your opponent had 10 jack suited.
15 million.
So he bets 15, just under half the pot.
Yeah, I like the bet size. I like the bet. The question is, what's Farrell going to do now? If he throws this hand away, it would be the extreme minimum possible he could lose with 2 10s in this hand. But he doesn't like throw hands away.
No, and it's the problem you've got here is he would bet if he had ace queen of hearts. So it's not a good spot, even if a heart comes, to try and rep it.
You were called before the flop. You're called on the flop. What do you do now with King Jack?
Bouzier below 100 million now. Pot size 63.
But if you bet and your opponent raises you here, now what? And Farrell very capable of doing just that, with or without a hand.
Yeah, that's the one way
Wow.
to eliminate it. There's
Yeah.
2 flush draws on board.
Yep, you don't get outplayed this way.
What a lot of heart Bouzier is showing.
Really playing well at this final table, no question about it. All right, I'm going to give Jack a shout out there. Says he's having a bad day. Hopefully the shout out makes it a little better for you, Jack. Good luck to you. And good luck to Farrell on figuring this out. You just can't expect this guy to make a play like this without at least 2 kings. At least I wouldn't. And if he's capable of doing that without at least 2 kings, he deserves to win the pot. He's earned it. He does give it up.
Yeah, well played.
Yeah, this Bouzier is impressive. But so is Savard. So is Farrell. So is Engel. Everybody playing well here.
Yeah. Jonathan Bouzier came to the table 6th in chips with 108 million. Now finds himself 3rd in chips. We have a runaway chip leader at the moment, though. Been a bit quiet for the last half hour or so, but sitting on 422 million. He can afford to pretty much do whatever he wants.
If you were to tell Bouziers right now, you can have 400,000 in this tournament. Yes or no? Make it 450 for 3rd place. You take it or not?
No.
And I say would take it.
You think? You think he would take it?
Yeah.
Were you half needling my fold earlier?
Now I could be wrong.
He might take it. I wouldn't take it when there's only 25 million between me and the guy in 2nd. Booting race to 11 million with King Queen hijack. He's managed to get through Farrell and Savard.
It's hard not to take 450 there. I mean, you have to finish better than 3rd place to get more money than that. But the upside is much greater than the downside in terms of amount you can win as opposed to what you'll lose by not taking it. But I think everything depends on people's financial situation, and if you need money, you're going to grab it for sure. Okay, 9-4 deuce on the flop. The King Jack worked well for Bouziers last time, but this time may not fare so well for him.
Most of the time we've seen Booting shoving, haven't we, pre-flop? We haven't seen how he plays when he's missed a flop. Is he going to c-bet?
He's going to fold is what's going to happen if Booten makes a bet. There's the first kind of any kind of move whatsoever we've seen out of Booten at this final table, and it's a pretty nonchalant board, so good time to make a bet like this. But
that's the trouble. There's really nothing that he can try and rep, is there, on the turn. 9-4-2 rainbow. Well,
that's why the guy can't call with King Jack. He has nothing also. So well done then by the Mr. Booten. So everybody's showing very good sparks of some good play here at this final table. So whoever wins this title is going to earn it, I can assure you.
Keep checking the Party Poker Live website for all the other events that are coming up this year. We already have the 1,000 buy and 1 million guaranteed June the 1st to 5th at Rozvadov, Czech Republic. We also have a 5K 5 million in Sochi in September and a 5K 5 million at Punta Cana in November 18th to 25th.
And for all those thinking about going to Russia, where they say there's a lot of live players there, you can deposit your money with Party Poker or at Dusk Till Dawn prior to going. You don't have to take any money to Russia. But you do need to get a visa, and you need to apply for that pretty quick if you're thinking about going to that event. And it's quite a property, huh, Simon?
Yeah, it's beautiful.
All right,
very ornate.
These guys aren't thinking about Russia right now. Wow. Well, there's no way he's going to call an all-in bet here with the King 6. So he's just wasting time there, in my opinion. So another good play by Bouziers. You know, everybody thought this tournament was going to come down to probably Engel and Farrell, you know, but That's not turned out to be the case. It's no walk in the park for these guys at all. And right now, Engel, who came to the final table as chip leader, now down to 5th chip position.
$5 million.
You can't exactly say this has been the speediest game in the world. We're on hand 78, and they've been playing 5.5 hours. That's not a lot of hands in that amount of time.
$10 million.
I don't think there's any watch or bracelet. There might be a trophy. Pretty sure there will be a trophy. Oh, Bouzier's getting jiggy now. Raises to 10 million on the button with Jack 8.
There's 1 million trophies for the winner of this tournament.
I don't think Doto's thinking about calling, that's for sure. He's either shoving or folding. If he thinks that Bouzier's is raising light here, might decide to make a play. We haven't seen him make many.
Bouzier is sitting in the perfect position at this table, in my opinion. Probably the 2 tightest players in the 2 blind positions. Got the aggressive players on his right, so if you're looking for a seat to take at this table, it would be his, most likely at this stage. But as you said, Dotoy is not going to call.
1 down. And Boutin will fold his 9 deuce as well.
So another well-played hand by Bouzier's. This guy's going for it. You got to like it, but also knows these guys are very solid, tight players. Yes, they could pick up a hand, but it's unlikely, so good raise on the button there.
And the amazing thing is, if anybody below Farrell got it all in and doubled up, they would be second in chips.
Well, since Savard has crossed the 400 million chip mark, he's just put it right in neutral. He's just happy to have the amount of chips he's got to get it down to 2 or 3 handed for sure, and then fight from there.
This is the hand for Dotoy. He has 18 bigs left.
I would ship it for sure here, especially against Engel raising. Now, it's easier said than done, I know. But, you know, it's unlikely your opponent has a pair. If you're in a race, you're in a race. But first he has to call. I think if you want to win, you got to ship it here. You might consider something different if he was in 2nd or 3rd chip position, but he's in last place right now. You have to play something. When you pick up a pair against an aggressive raiser, just seems like a good time to me to get it in there.
Right.
And he does go all in. Took him a while to get there, but he did it. I like the play. And he's going to take down the pot.
I wonder if Engel's going to get a bit frustrated now, having been chip leader. He's now shortest stack on the table with just over 22 bigs.
And I couldn't afford to make that call. In that spot, he'd have been down to virtually nothing if he'd have lost the pot. So he had to give it up, but things weren't going Ari's way when he was chip leader. Now he's on the bottom of the chip stack. Let's see if he can turn it around. But it does get frustrating. You're playing for this kind of money. You have the chip lead. You don't pick up one hand. We haven't seen him have one hand. I haven't anyway at this final table. Talking about Ari Engel.
Pair of sevens, I think. It's the best hand he's had.
And then every time he's tried to make a move, they're coming over the top of him now. So that's not working either.
And we both picked him to win, didn't we? I picked him with 15 left yesterday. I was so impressed with the way he played. Came to the final table chip leader. It's just nothing's gone his way. I'd love to see him double up.
Don't count him out.
He's not the sort of player to just blind away, is he? That's for sure. He's going to take a spot and run with it. So, small blind against a big blind. First and second chip leaders. Farrell just flattered, I think.
Now, these are the two chip leaders. So Farrell taking a different tact against the chip leader than he would against the short stack with this hand for sure. But he's the kind of player that will absolutely probably look him up in case Savard goes crazy with this hand. Decides to move in.
White Pony 84. The key hand was aces versus jacks of Shamas.
You're automatically suspicious when Farrell limps in to start with. That's number one. Because he's a raising machine. But on the other hand, you've got a suited ace in the big blind as the big chip leader. Hate to give a guy a free flop in that spot. If he did have something like 7-9.
Wow. What a play that is.
Yep. Wow. It's just a bold play. He said if he's sandbagging with a big play, good luck to him.
Of course, we know what Farrell's going to do next time. He has got a big hand in the small blind.
I'm not going to give him the chance to limp shot.
I thought he might think about making that call, though. I know it's not much of a hand, but...
Okay, well, I'm going to use my ability to read tells here. I'm going to guess that the dinner break is coming up after this level.
Good read, Simon. Good read. You're right on. You're spot on tonight. They're passing out menus, and you picked it right off that we're close to dinner break.
An obvious hand to do that. It's okay. Thank you.
Boozy has pocket sixes.
Quite a long time from you lifting the small line, and then you were like, yeah, everything. I was like, oh, that's fine. Okay.
Wouldn't you like to be the waitress waiting on this table, though, for dinner? Chances are you get a pretty good toke. I mean, these guys all got to be in a pretty good mood here.
And if, of course, if they stop reading their menu to play the hand, they're likely to have a good hand. It's like when someone's stacking the chips and they stop. Mr. Farrell on the button has King Queen.
Well, we know he loves King Queen.
These two played a hand earlier when he flatted with tens.
He's 3-bet every time he's had it that I've ever seen him with King Queen.
Not tonight.
But not this time.
Savard was Queen 8. Not interested, I'm sure.
Now that shows you what stage of the tournament we're at when he just calls with King Queen here. Will Engel try to squeeze for all his money here? Nope. I think it's a good thing he didn't.
So before it was tens versus King Jack of Diamonds. This time it is King Queen versus sixes.
That's a very good flop for 2 sixes. At least 2 you get raised with it anyway.
Look at this. White Bonehead for this commentary is good to listen to late at night. No annoying twat yapping on. We're too old to be yapping on. We just like a nice, slow, comfortable pace.
13 million to bet. Now, will Farrell float here? He could well float with this hand, just to see if his opponent will fire another shell on the turn. If not, possibly take the pot away from him on the turn. And he does make the call. Now the board pairs threes. Now that's a good card if you're sitting in Boussier's seat, I think. Even though you might check here on the turn, but I don't think you can be too upset with that card. You're just not going to put your opponent on a 3 in his hand when he called a raise before the flop. Well, he's checked as we thought he might, but
well, telling the story, isn't he? He's raised. He's c-bet the flop. He's been called by Neil in position, so now he checks it, makes it look like he has got ace king or ace queen,
or even 2 6s or 7s like he has. But let's see what Farrell's going to do now. Will he take a free card off of there, or will he fire? I'm betting he bets. He's just an aggressive player that is relentless at the table. Remember that face, folks. If you ever get at his table, he is relentless, I tell you.
Let's see what Bouziers does here. So far, he's been making some really good decisions. Like the hand where Savard raised and Engel 3-bet, and he 4-bet with his ace-queen because he knew exactly what Engel was doing.
Yeah, that was a terrific play, but let's see if he can make another one here, because he's going to be put to the test. And the problem here is, even if you call this bet, can you fade another really big bet on the river? You know, if this was the end of the hand right here, he'd call easily. But because you might have to call another bet for all your chips against this guy, it's tough. But give this guy credit. I'm telling you, he has come to play here. He is not afraid to play a pot with this guy. Oh, he just got so unlucky. Made a terrific call on the turn there. But as the old saying goes, Simon, if you're going to call, you should just go ahead and bet anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
Had he bet on the turn, instead of called, his opponent couldn't have got this card on the river. So Neil, who was just fishing along here, now has made top pair, and now is looking to get a value bet in here. So 98 million in the pot. What do you bet, 25, 30 million here?
Well, last time we thought he was going to bet that size. He actually bet a lot higher, didn't he?
He did.
It is so frustrating for me to watch the Bouziers played so well. He's bet the flop. He knows that Fraudo is more than capable of floating him. So just a check call on the, he'd have been much, much better. The 3 has made no difference whatsoever. So he'd have been much better firing out on the turn, or even check raising, if he was that confident he was in front. Let's see how big. Actually, if I was in Fraudo's seat now, I would actually bet the same amount that the guy called me on the turn.
You'd put a blocking bet out there. $39 million to bet.
Thought that might make you laugh.
Well, what a difference the street makes. If he bets on the turn, he's probably going to win this pot. But give Farrell credit. He floated the flop. He bet the turn. Now he's made a hand on the river and he's going to win this pot because he just didn't give it up.
Yeah, nice pot there for Farrell.
You know, most players would just give the pot up on the flop and that'd be the end of it. But he was going to earn that pot. Might have earned it anyway. Had a jack come off, he'd probably bet again and could have won the pot then as well, or an ace maybe. But as it was, the beautiful king came off for him and he takes it down. But if Bouziers doesn't go on to do well in this tournament, or he's going to do well, but doesn't come in the top 3, he'll look back at that hand and say,
give Simon some credit. He lent his best jacket to Savard. So, yeah, to be honest with you guys, I'm just too far aggressive a player. So once a player has called me on the flop and bets the turn, and there's a flush draw, I'm not going to give him a chance to hit it. If I think I'm in front, I'm just going to stick it back up him. But I am too aggressive, to be honest. I've hardly played in the last 10 years.
Matt Waxman busted. He held ace queen. He only had 5 or 6 blinds left. He moved in with it. He got called by Farrell with 7-6 of spade out of the big blind. And Neil hit a 7, and that is how Matt Waxman got busted out of this tournament.
Haven't seen much from Savard, so he has decided to raise with his king 5 on the button. Got it through.
Well, Savard's got to be loving the way this final table is going. Nobody's really making a big move at him. His chip stack has just been staying nice and calm after he's reached 400 million here. Nobody threatening his lead. It's a good feeling. Engel, on the other hand, feeling just the opposite. Came to the final table as chip leader. Now in last chip position. Hasn't picked up a hand at this final table and knows he has to very soon.
Je vais prendre la soupe du jour avec les pâtes aux couleurs sauce Alfredo. Puis, tu peux-tu, juste la table, juste là en bas, il y a une demoiselle en blanc, elle est enceinte. Peux-tu prendre une demande si elle veut manger? Ah, elle a déjà commandé? Ok, c'est bon. Je vais manger là aussi dans le fond. C'est pas bon.
Hi, I have the fisherman's burger, please.
A little bit of an action flop here. Dotoy has flopped 2 pairs against Savard's straight draw.
Let's do veggies, please. Thank you. And a bottle of water as well. Thanks so much. Cheers. I'd like a sparkling water this time, please.
Well, being one of the short stacks here, I just don't see. Dotoy going out of this hand after flopping queens and 9s. As you can see, Savard has a lot of outs. If you come in a flop in a pot with 9-5 and this is the flop, queen, queen, 9, I don't see how you're going to go anywhere. I just called. And now he's gotten beat on the turn.
Exactly the same thing happened yesterday. I saw a player limping with ace-7 against his, I'm trying to think what he had. Savard. And when he hit his flop and check called, and then Savard went in front on the turn.
Well, it's gone check, check here. Now a 6 comes off. Savard just wants to make sure his opponent's not slow playing 3 queens on the flop before he invests with the 2 jacks here, like he will do if his opponent checks the river or here. I think you have to put your opponent on a 9 here. He called you on the flop. Could have a spade draw. Well, you're not going to get paid off anyway, but you could get paid off if he's got 2 9s. I think you bet 15 million here.
I think the dinner break is going to be 45 minutes.
How much did he bet?
14 million.
14 million. Well, that was 1 million off, but he's betting for value here. I think he's absolutely putting his opponent on a 9, hoping he'll get paid off. It's a tough lay down here. Got checked on the turn. Would you put him on a jack? Zero chance he has a queen. He's definitely going to bet the turn if he has 3 queens here. He's not going to get his opponent a free draw at a straight or a flush. So you can take a queen out of his hand. I think it comes down, you put him on a jack or you put him on a bluff.
He checked the turn, didn't he? He bet the flop, checked the turn. That's why he can't put him on a jack at the moment. That's why he's thinking, is my 9 good? And he's missed his flush.
Even if he'd have made a straight on the turn, he's going to bet the turn. He's not going to give the guy a free card to get a full house or a possible flush to beat him. So if you deduct the hand properly, I think he's got 2 jacks or he's got nothing.
And he folds.
And he made the good lay down. He analyzed it perfectly, I guess, because he sure laid it down. Well done.
Savard now up to 455 million.
Yeah, the rich getting richer. Say one thing, the pace of play is not the quickest I've seen at a final table, that's for sure. But a lot of money on the line, I understand that. But
yeah, we're on our 3rd level. So 4.5 hours play when this is finished. We've only lost 2 players.
But I'm one of the guys that doesn't care how much is on the line. I think every game and every tournament needs an action clock. to speed up play. Give the guys a couple buttons where they can take more time if they need it. But
Alan asking what's for tea, Simon. If I have time, I'll probably have a bit of steak. I think I'm in for a long night. My finishing time for this tournament is 12:12. So that's what I'm going to say. I was going to say 11:11, but I'm going to go for 12:12.
yeah. I'm only doing this leg with you here. It's been fun sitting in with you, though, Simon, I must say. And I may drop back in before the final's over with here, though. I'm enjoying this thoroughly. I love to watch final tables, especially when they're playing for $1 million.
It's going to be a lot of pressure when we lose a couple more players.
It's a lot of pressure at every stage, no matter how many players are gone. When the prize pool is such as it is and the pay jumps are what they are. I mean, one more good pay jump is sets you up for the World Series entry fees.
Yeah.
Well, nobody has anything, so whoever bets at this pot is going to win it. Just 36 million out there, begging for somebody to take it.
Soon to be famous. I love the fact DC has a clock. I'd like to see a second time extension chip if you make it so far. Well, we actually do that. In the final, you get a second one.
Well, amazing. Boucher here's going to win this pot with a 10 high if it's checked around. Can anybody pull the trigger here? As Doyle Brunson likes to say, you can't leave your children on the street. If nobody wants them, you got to pick them up.
If you're sitting there with 444 million and your opponents have got 144, and 103, surely you could just stick a little bit out here.
15 or 20 million is all you need to bet to find out where you're at.
No.
Boucher's going to win.
The funny thing,
he's going to win the pot whether he bets or not.
He thinks that he has to bet it to try. He thinks I can't possibly be winning with this 10, but he's checked it. He's not going to believe it when he sees that he's won this.
He's going to win this pot with 10 high. He says, boys, I'm happy to have it. Take it here. Well, Savard kicking himself for the way he played that pot. He's got chips to spare. Had a chance to pick up another 36 million. That's like finding 36 million if you're sitting at the table, and it really makes you feel so good.
Yeah. Guess the 55 million would have worked, huh?
5, not awesome.
Might have been the greatest hero call ever. You never know.
Betting 5.
I think we could guarantee that Neil would have bet there.
Sure would have.
I think he would have bet the turn. If he's raised pre, he's going to rep the ace. Anyway, poor Engel is just not getting any cards at all.
No, he's really been card dead at this final table for sure.
Boucher picked
one
up
double up is all you need just to lift your spirit up and get you right back in the hunt here. That's for sure. It's a battle of the blinds here.
We started at 20 past 12. It's now 20 past 6. Probably got another 5 or 6 hours to go.
So We've been playing 6 hours. We played 85 hands.
Feels like good news when the glasses come off.
Yeah.
So what is that, 14 hands an hour?
Play this hand blind.
Not very many.
Second walk of the day, and it looks like we are now on a dinner break, guys. Hope you enjoyed it so far. Farrell would have 3-bet from the big blind with his ace-10.
Simon, thank you for inviting me in the booth. I've enjoyed it thoroughly.
Always a pleasure, mate. 47 minutes. Come back and let's see who is going to take this down.
in.
Hello? Is all in?
You have like 110, Harry?
What's up?
110?
No, it's about 100. 101 maybe.
Thank you.
Yeah. There's 15.5.
Yeah, ouais, 142. Toi, t'es rendu à combien?
110.
Root.
Vous parlez au roux. Lui avec la calotte rouge.
Okay, so not much changed here. Hand 91, Savard still big chip leader, 440 million. Farrell's second in chips, 213 million. Bouzier's 138, 129 for Engel, 129 for Boutin, and Tortil on 92. Blinds are 3-6, 500,000 ante. Tortil with 15 bigs. Joining me in the commentary box for this level is John Calmer. Hello, mate.
Evening all.
It's been exciting. We've only lost 2 players. Next player out receives 160,000. Main changes. Ari Engel started chip leader with 252 million. He's got 128. And Savard was second on 243, but he's up to 434, as you can see. More than double his opponent.
Good to see now Farrell on the charge there as well. Up to second, starting one of the short stacks as well, I believe.
Yeah, he started with 69, so he's done really well to get up to 209.
Good luck to him.
Ooh, pocket kings. Now, will he do what he did before when he had the ace-7? He just limped in the small blind, and Savard shoved. Stuck his whole stack in. Surely Savard wouldn't fall for it if he did it again. Well, here comes the limp. Well, he's got a hand this time.
Probably just going to raise, though. I don't think he's going to just do a straight jam on second in chips. That would just be a bit of a suicide move, especially like you say if he's limped already. I think he'll make it. Extra 10 to go.
Yeah, 15 million, probably 3 million to call. Raise it up 10 million maybe. Oh my God, he's gone all in again.
Uh-oh.
Well, quick call from Farrell.
Instant
and
call by Niall there.
Yeah,
Great.
Neil Farrell could be our new chip leader here. Wins this pot.
Stacks.
Can't believe that Savard fell for it. Made exactly the same play earlier. Anyway, kings against ace-jack for the double up.
Risky move that against second place. Couldn't stand against one. Oh my God.
Oh, don't you just hate this game sometimes?
No reward there for Niall. Played it as well as you can. Laid the trap perfectly. King on the river. King. King.
No, jack
No,
on the
just a
river.
jack.
2 pair for Savard. So, he must be absolutely sick, Neil Farrell. Like I said, if you'd have been watching earlier, he did exactly the same play